All right, ladies and gentlemen. What are we doing? Roy! Actually, I guess we're heading back to town for now. Getting a present. Very important. Uh-oh. Damn it. We appear to have an issue. A glasses issue. The worst of all kinds of issues.
Could you fix this stuff up for us?
Yikes, you must have seen some real action. Don't worry, I've got it taken care of. So what happened?
Huh?
You all look so happy, especially Mia.
Oh, well, yeah.
You gonna tell her what happened? Oh gosh darn it, now what?
What is she doing here?
Please, Jack. You have to save Jack.
Collapse.
She's about to frenzy.
Let's take her to the back. We can shoot her there.
Okay.
How do you feel?
Cold for some reason. I can't imagine why.
I apologize for barging in like that.
What's going on exactly?
Do you know about the cavern underneath the cathedral? We were attacked
Am I
there.
going back to the frickin' cathedral?
Jack lured them away so that I could...
Slow down.
Attacked? Wait, what were you doing down there in the first place?
Our mission is the preservation of the successors and their relics. It is not a new phenomenon for successors to go into a frenzy. There has always been a need for someone to monitor them and to stop them if they ever begin to turn. A successor acts as a vessel for a relic, in both body and will. If that vessel breaks, it has to be replaced. That's why.
That's why you were hunting for revenants?
We considered every possible option. We truly did. But in the end, that was the only one that would work. I know it's no excuse for what we've done, even if it was the only way. That is simply a burden I will have to live with.
She is very scarred at this point.
I will always carry them with me.
Hi, cat horse.
I will never forget the faces and dreams of those who stepped forward to keep the relics safe.
I suppose it really can't be all that easy to find a replacement vessel.
That's why we're here, to keep a constant eye on the condition of the other successors.
Wait, you guys are successors too?
Jack watches the successors for signs of frenzy, while I act as a temporary replacement until we can find someone suitable. My voice has the power to stave off frenzy, for a time at least.
Hence the singing.
A temporary vessel. I think I'm beginning to see.
There's a successor resting in a crypt under the cathedral. We were traveling through the tunnels down there to check on them. I know I have no right to ask you for help, but...
But I will dramatically interrupt myself with how injured I am.
It's all right. You rest here for now. We'll rescue Jack. I promise. Actually, I have a question. The successor whose crypt is under the cathedral. Do you know who they are?
I do. In addition to a number of other scientific endeavors, he was involved in Revenant research and an integral part of Project Queen. I believe you may have heard of him. Juzo Mido.
Did you say Mido?
You know him?
Yeah. He
He's the only evil character in the whole game so far.
sold us out. Me and my entire family.
So he's just a scarred noob compared to her. That's the end of the scene? This is what I mean when I gave the negative. It's hard to explain. Negative number 5 on the story negatives is that the direction is just weird, you know? Like, scenes end where they shouldn't, and then continue where they shouldn't. And there's emphasis where there shouldn't be. And there's absence of emphasis where there should be. There have been individual moments which have been just like, oh my god, and the game just moves on from them. And then there's some moments where it's like, da-na-na-na-na-na, and I'm like, what are you doing? The direction is just weird in this game. Don't mistake me, I like this game. By the way, I've updated the HUD. I don't know if you noticed that. Oh, I'm wrong. I actually haven't finished updating the HUD. Let's finish the HUD. There we go. Now the HUD's updated. But, like, what? Anyways, I will say one thing. You'll notice I still have a question mark by the possibility of a negative for the runback problem. But we haven't had a runback problem. We're on day 3 of this, and we haven't had a runback problem. I'm kind of gobsmacked by that, in a good way. Hi, Brigwin.
Please accept my blood code.
But I already did.
I am not sure what strength it might give you,
Oh.
but I want to support you in every way I can. Here, take it.
Oh god, Brigwin, have you seen the outfits in some of these women? My god. So that's a mage type. Okay. We are currently on path to good ending. We have saved the 2 successors we've already fought.
I'm sorry about what happened. We couldn't find a vessel for the relic, and my body was reaching its limit. That's why we needed you. I wish I could have told you everything, but my role as a Watcher had to remain secret.
So, hold up. First of all, I'm trying to show off this outfit. She's in a weird pose, but just I don't even know what to say about this, but hang on, it gets worse. I hate to show off her boobs. Give me a second. You gotta see this. Okay, so you can't... I apparently can't get the right angle. Okay, so you see how the cloth is only coming down about halfway? Like, she's wearing an actual, like, I forget what that's called, but like a legging... So she's wearing the boots, and then like a legging lower pants, right? Lower armor. But then for their upper armor, she's wearing literal lingerie, except someone tore it strategically both on the top and the bottom. But what I really want to show off is this. Check this out. Oh yeah, top 100 free games, 200 reviews, and more. We've also got the world of Tetsu Calibur 5. Hell yeah! And one of my favorite activities, cooking. Why we love gratin. But yeah, no, she's basically got the bottom half of a bodysuit and the upper half of a lingerie outfit. Now, if you think that's bad, hang on. We're going to go full tilt with this, because you need to understand. Why does it keep doing that? Stop asking me if I want to end mode. Okay, so, I know she's got big boobs. Ignore that for a second. I know that sounds like strange, but just bear with me for a second, okay? So it's cloth, right? And do you see how it's being kind of held together by strings that are falling apart? And there's the part that's tied together, right? So the thing that's keeping that together is that bit that's tied together there, right? Okay, now hang on. She has the cloak on, so I'm not sure I could show it off properly. But if you see right there, right above the part where the cloak is covering, you see it's also being pulled together. There's another tied together spot in the back, right? And I'm just going to spoil this for you because you can't see the rest of it because the cloak. That's it on the back. So someone had to tie together a part here on the front and on the back, and that's the only thing keeping that on her to any extent or level. That's ignoring all the other weird things about her outfit. Just... who designed this? I mean, at least she's just in a, what is it, was it a crop top or whatever?
We don't know why your blood can activate missile and blood springs. However, there's a medicine made from the Queen's blood which has the same sort of effect. This is only a hypothesis, but your blood might be related to the Queen somehow.
We've literally already... okay, whatever.
Fighting will get more...
you know what? Sure. Hang on. Let's just commit to this. Let's commit to this. So, let me start with the good. I like her hat. It's a good hat. It's a good color for her skin, and I like the contrast it gives. Good hat. Plus to hat. Then you've got the rest of her outfit. So first of all, we've got this nonsense, which I don't even know what to start. We'll start with the boobs. Let's get the boobs out of the way. So that's... I don't even know what to make of these things. These look like half bra and half shirt with the tie together thing. They're like, so what's actually going on here is she's got a bra underneath, and then she's got what at some point in its life might have been a shirt for a 5-year-old boy that she has stretched and tied together up front there. No, yeah, no underwire, no nothing supporting it. It's just there. Then we go down a little bit, and we see that she's wearing... oh my god, I wish it would stop doing that. Every time I try to turn the camera, it does that. And I'm in the way. Then we've got, like... okay, so there's some random belt which isn't connected to anything, so it's just sitting there. So that's whatever. But then if you actually look at her pants... let's see if I can get the camera a bit further down so you can see these pants correctly. Hang on, so... hang on. Go away. So if you see what she's actually wearing there, this is hysterical, is she's actually wearing the leggings, which connect to the belt, but if you're paying attention, the part covering her crotch is not connected to the belt or the leggings. She's wearing underwear. She's just happens to be wearing underwear in addition to the leggings. So it looks like she's wearing pants. Okay, now she's actually wearing pants. So this just actually makes no sense whatsoever. So apparently, okay, hang on. Did they just rip it there? Hang on, we're getting into Cthulhu land here. This is literally eldritch clothing. Give me a sec. God, this is so frustrating to use. Oh my god. Okay, hang on. What? Okay. This makes even less fun, or less sense. So, there's the belt, the dark brown belt, not the over one. There's the dark brown belt, which comes back and then forms the boy shorts, which are connected to the leggings, but like instead of pockets, someone decided to strategically cut that portion right there in order to make it look like she was wearing underwear. And she's got some boots on. What? Okay. Hang on, let's complete the set here, shall we? She's wearing a bikini. Okay, we're done. No. In all sincerity, Murasame here. That's her name, right?
Thanks to everyone's hard work.
Yep. Murasame here has like the most basic and therefore least offensive outfit here, and she's wearing a freaking bikini. Here, look at this. It's a bikini. She's got a choker. She's got boy shorts. That's it. That's her outfit. She's got a vest over it. It's... that... I mean, I don't particularly care for that outfit, but at least it makes a degree of sense. Hang on. We got one worse one. You ready for this? there's this total badass in the party, right? She's got a gun, she uses a bayonet, everything's cool, and her outfit drives me bonkers. Because it's a corset, which she will never... For some reason, she leaves the one thread dangling, which, for some reason, she will never pull the strap up. That drives me so bonkers. But so she's got a corset on over, what's that called? A dolly? No, a baby doll. That's what that's called. So she's got a baby doll on, and over that is a corset, and under that is whatever those are. Those purple things. I have absolutely no idea what's going on with these purple things. Hang on, just look at these for a second. Look at these things. It's like she had to buckle them up around her thighs, and it doesn't fully cover her skin, and it looks like it buckles down under her boots. Thank you for reminding me to take a drink, Luco. I can't even. I can't even. But, plus to cosmetics, her hat is awesome. That's 2 hats. That's 2 hats in this game that are acceptable. Hang on, let's try and get a better camera angle so it doesn't look like I'm trying to stare down her cleavage. There. Hat. Good hat. Wait, yeah, let's do the guys. So me, I look amazing, because of course I do. I've got a standard one-piece short sleeve shirt underneath with a standard, this isn't even a vest, it's just a sweater. Button-down sweater over top. I've got gloves, which are fingerless to help me both grip and to also have the ability to grip things. I've got 2 belts because there was no option to get rid of them. Neither of them are connected to anything. I've got long shorts. That's actually my preference in real life. Long shorts are great. They're a great in-between of both shorts and pants because they give you they give you the comfort and the temperature protection of pants without actually having to cover your entire legs, which is just uncomfortable. There's no good shoes option, so I'm just wearing loafers effectively. So the shoes suck. I'm going to give you the shoes, and the belt sucks, but that's it. Everything else about that is fine. Hang on. Let's go over here past the boob women. Oh, I can't get... Okay, hang on. Let's get over here. You know what? Hang on. I'm going to try and fix this stupid problem. It's not even a thing. How about here? Nope. Okay, that's really weird. So the reason it keeps asking me to cancel every time I move the mouse is because there's actually... Yeah, I look like a dude. Because there's actually no button bound to exit photo mode. So it's automatically picking up for right-click. So every time I right-click, it's asking me if I want to end photo mode. But apparently that's not an option, so I don't know how to fix that. So we're just going to keep living with it. Whatever, moving on. Let's go look at Louis over here. Bro. And then down. Okay, so he's a little bit, you know, more cosplay-y than I am. But if you look at that, so what's our basics? First of all, we've got a long sleeve white shirt underneath, which for some reason he has decided to unbutton substantially, and he wants to roll up the sleeves, which is stupid because all that does is make them more uncomfortable. However, after that, we've got a pretty simple and basic vest over it, a button-down leather vest, which also helps to support his holster, which is where he can actually carry his gun on. Okay, so pretty good so far. Let's go down. Exit photo mode, because it just is going to ask me that constantly. We've got the belt problem. There's always the belt problem, but other than that, we've got some basic boots, excuse me, not boots, pants leading into boots, and a little thing over there, which is why he has that extra holster. So he's actually got a little container thing. So even that serves a purpose. So on him, the only negatives are the fact that he's decided to do the roll-up long-sleeve shirt thing because he's insane, and the belts, which as usual are stupid, but otherwise perfectly acceptable and a perfectly good thing. I've actually studied fashion, by the way. This doesn't come out a lot because usually my show doesn't really interact with fashion. But you asked me to do this, so we're just going down the list at this point. I mean, we've only got 2 left. Unfortunately, he's kind of in a weird pose, so we might not be able to get him. So hang on, let's do this. Oh, you know what we should do? Nah, that won't work. That won't work. All right, so let's do this. Zoop. Let's ask if we want to enter photo mode. Okay, so Yakumo here. What do we got? Now, I do want to complain about something because there's something that's on his appearance that actually bothers me that real-life Hollywood does all the time. Can any of you guess what it is before I tell you? Possible Pillars of Snow. I've seen that. I have seen that. It is close to the ab. No, I like this. It's close to the abs. It's actually when they usually do this on women, but they specifically have his outfit so tight you can literally see his belly button. Look at it, it's right there. No joke, there are actors, mostly actresses, in Hollywood where they will force them to wear outfits so ridiculously tight you can literally see their belly button on them. It's extraordinarily uncomfortable and very awkward to move in. It just kind of gets in the way of doing your freaking job. So, as you can see, there's his belly button right there. I've been noticing it this entire time. He's also, so that's the only thing that really bothers me at a glance. Otherwise, he's just got a basic short sleeve shirt, weird styling, and of course he's got it zipped down, but I think that's because it's about 3 sizes too short for him, or small for him, excuse me. He's got a weird little harness thing going, which would make more sense if there was something to support that. Let's move forward a little bit. But he's got a harness which goes up around the shoulders, which also connects to his belt. This makes this the first belt that actually in any way works for anything, because the belt and the harness are part of the same mechanism. He's also got several things. He's got, in fact, you can actually see binoculars or something in there. I'm not sure what those are actually. But he's actually got, I think those are grenades now that I'm looking at those. Those are grenades. But he's got several pockets, and I forget what they're called. It doesn't look like the harness is really holding up anything. But it could just be to support the extra weight, because if you're paying attention, the harness, which connects to the belt, also directly connects to all these extra bags he's carrying around, right? So he's got that big old bag on his left leg, big old pocket on his right leg, another bag on his right leg, 2 bags around his waist, and a bag on his back. So all of that is being supported by his shoulders, which not only makes that look kind of cool, but is actually really well designed from a functional perspective, because now he's transferring the weight. Have you ever had all that weight just on your effectively your belt? So there you go. Now, one of his gloves is longer than the other one. I admittedly don't care for that. It's a shame, because I actually like his gloves in general. He's got fairly typical puncher gloves. These are gloves that are designed in order to put padding back there for when you try to do something like that. So, at least partially functional. I'll give that a half negative. He's got actually legitimately good steel-toed boots. Love those. I actually have a pair of steel-toed boots myself, which I use whenever I'm doing the heavy yard work, the heavy lifting stuff I do. And it's hard to see here, but he's got one last thing of straps around his legs, which are part of the overall thing that's all one thing, which starts at the shoulders, goes around his belt, goes around his legs, and all the way down to his boots. In short, while there are, again, a couple of niggles, this is a legit outfit. Are you noticing a trend here? So far, the least egregious outfit is the girl in the string bikini of the women. This guy, he's an anime character. I have nothing else to say about this guy. This is not fashion. He's wearing a chunk of Gundam armor. Any questions? I don't know how we got off on this topic. Which, I don't know. I don't know what Gundam is. Look, here, tell me which Gundam character this is. Hang on, let me scroll down so you can really stare at his gigantic crotch guard. Look at that thing. It's even stylized. Look at it! You see, like, the drill bits or the gun bits just pointing down there? Anyways, moving on. So, where was I? Right, the cathedral. We have to go back to the worst stage of the game. I'm not sure where to go. Where am I going in the cathedral? I got a little distracted by comparing and contrasting bad fashion with surprisingly good fashion. It's like they brought in a fashion designer for the guys and a lingerie designer for the girls. And I can't imagine why they would ever do that. Look, I like sexy too, okay? But all I'm going to say is the sexiest Kira Nerys was ever on Star Trek Deep Space Nine was when she was in a uniform. Right, that was way at the beginning, wasn't it? It was like... Yeah, sorry, a Starfleet uniform. It's okay, Roxy, I'll forgive you. This once. Ironically, I think the addition of the coat actually helps her a little bit, but if I'm being 100% honest, the only reason I think that... Trust me, I'm plenty aware. The only reason I think that is because of the fact that I can't see that goddamn strap. So I thought it was the other one. There's 2 doors I've encountered like that. But we'll go to... Unless this is it, in which case never mind.
I don't think we've been up there. That's not the kind of relief sculpture you usually see. Wait, take a look at that.
Ta-da! Oh, let me go ahead and invite, now that we're here. Oh, I can't. Right. Of course I can't.
We need to find the hunter quickly.
Whatever, we need to try out our lightning spells. And spec. Give that a minute. Make sure. I think we could survive the fall. Who's with me? Let's see. Eskrit.
No. Morning, sunshine.
Okay, that's just cheap game. Putting a kill plane like 5 feet down. Come on, I can make that drop.
We might need to change something. Back to normal. The cavern ahead is where the successors are.
Bye, Mia.
Anyway.
Bye. I love how the physics pulls the sleeves up in the... This is a really common thing in a lot of games that emulate physics, I guess linearly or laterally or whatever the proper term is for that. Yeah, plonk. Okay.
Right.
Oh, hi, Mia.
It looks like our path is open.
Well, yeah, I don't... Normally, I kind of am bothered by wearing the sleeves like that, but... Considering the sleeves are literally my weapons... Yeah, you know. Oh, I could probably invite now. Yep. Yeah, my coach just like, yay! It's so awesome! So...
The Lost. Right by us.
Oh, hello.
Try to be with
I'm supposed to be arranged. That hit for a decent amount. What? Is that you, Tara?
We'll put that to good use. You helped us even though you knew? Is that really?
Right. Who is this person? How do I ban them forever?
Take your pick. I'll follow.
I just want to know who it is because I have a long-standing history of people screwing with me when it comes to streaming these kind of games. In a bad way. In a we need to deal with them kind of a way. Okay. Hi, Roxy. I was counting in my head. If I reached a certain point, I was just gonna lock down and go to offline mode. Sorry for being a little paranoid, but anyone who's around for the Dark Souls 2 streams knows why I am that paranoid when it comes to that crap. Or the Elden Ring streams, for that matter.
Eva, can you hear me?
Or the Dark Souls 3 stream, also.
The miasma must be too thick for it to get through.
Hi, Jack.
Jack, it's all right. We didn't come here to fight you.
The cavalry's here. Your sidekick sent us.
Eva did? Good. Then she got away safely.
So I don't like his outfit, but at least it's better designed than hers.
There's a lot I want to say to you, but I'll keep it short. Thank you for watching over Nicola. I really appreciate it.
He's got almost
I'm not
the
sure you should be thanking me.
the classic vampire look.
Who was it? Who attacked you?
Somehow, the impossible happened. No successor
Palpatine
should be able to
returned.
escape from a sealed crypt.
A successor? Wait, are you saying Mito attacked you?
Eva already told you? That'll save some explaining. It's strange. I'm not picking up any relic response from Mito's body. And yet, as far as I can tell, the crypt is still functioning normally. I was completely blind to his deception.
Wait, where are you going?
Mito took the relics that were being held inside of Eva. He has to be stopped, no matter the cost.
Okay, so, like, do you want to join us, or you want to be an edgelord?
Let's go with him. This
If-
might get bad.
If it makes you feel better, you can be an edgelord in the party. You know, we're tolerant. We're cool. You know, good. We got this. Yes, I did, Pajama Day. I still need to look something up for that. So really quick, if you look at his outfit, it's the classical modern vampire look. He's got an over-stylized overcoat shirt. Not quite a coat, but not quite a shirt. Multiple buttons, multiple inlays. Black and red motif, primary black, secondary red, and he's also got a loose, casual button-up satin shirt underneath, which is opened up a little bit to show his necklace. He's also got multiple rings on. He's got the giant cloak. It's classic. It is classical modern vampire. There's nothing else to it. So, Roxy? That's a good point. What outfit does Roxy have on? So Roxy
I might have to keep
is Sailor Moon. I'm not saying that as a dig. Because we've got, no, look at it. So we've got the armored shoulder piece, which carry the I can't remember what those are called. They're not capes. They're like half capes or quarter capes or something like that. Typical one piece belt. As usual, the belt isn't functional at this point. It's just whatever. I think there's been one functional belt in this entire game. I'm trying to get a shot of the boots. Decent boots. I like them. And then the one piece there. It's actually a really simple outfit, but honestly, it's kind of refreshing to see a simple but good outfit. And I'm wrong. There is a purpose behind the belt, because it actually holds up the item pockets there. So never mind. Useful belt, simple one piece, nice shawl or armor piece, whatever that is, decent boots. A+. I think it's actually simpler than my outfit. And I actually like my outfit. Oh, right. Okay, so, magic! Hell of a wind-up time, but a lot of damage when it hits. My goodness. Yet we have finally found, just testing my range, we have finally found a good female outfit, and it's from a player character. Actually, the multiplayer is pretty legit. It still carries a couple of small niggles and irritations with it, but it is extraordinarily quick and easy to both group and regroup when something bad happens. I'm liking Mage more than I thought I would so far. Now, mana management is something I gotta learn, because you notice I haven't drained yet, so let's try and get some mana back. That was very little. Terra's outfit was, of course, the worst outfit in the history of the universe. You know, how it was so terrible that I actually don't remember what you looked like. It was the blue outfit. So it was this neon blue outfit. And as a consequence, I didn't look at it that closely because the two areas I saw it in were a really bright cathedral and a really bright snow thing. So I need to get you in here at some point so I can judge your outfit with horrible, like just be like one of those horrible British judges, you know? Off. As you can see here, with my extremely British accent that I have.
You fall. It's all
Try and get some mana back. Oh, there we go. Got some spells. He's so slow about our spells. Good lord. Is lightning just slow? Is that just what it is? Is that just something I have to get used to? My goodness. God damn, did I just hit that thing for 4,000? Or did we hit that thing for 4,000? That might have been a we hit that for 4,000. Yeah, spells are super slow, but if I've got, say, a partner up there keeping them, well, they're more useful. Maybe it's just lightning, though. Because, again, I'm currently trying out the lightning spec. Yep, looks like we can master all of these spells. So I'm going to go ahead and stick with this until we have all of them. I need to trap that other spell, too. The only thing I don't like about the gun is I effectively have to lock on to aim.
Wow.
Like, I can't just do what I tried to do just there. I also kind of don't like the fact that, whoops, that it costs mana to use ammo. Honestly, I shouldn't even be meleeing. I should just get up here and try to drain. Better in every way, Trihexia, except when it's not. I mean, it actually makes a weird amount of sense in story to use Ichor instead of ammo.
Barely see in front of us
Because
here.
where the hell would they get ammo from?
Hey!
I could see ammo being a drop thing in a game like this.
Hard pressed here.
A little bit there. See if I can get a little bit more. Or just get... Oh god, I've got slimes on me, no wonder. Situational awareness lore. Look into it. Oh god, get up.
Still alive?
Okay, I think I'm gonna need to switch cloaks if I'm gonna do this. This is just way too short range. Switch armor.
You have to use every tool you have, right?
Rise here. That's just that again.
I don't like tight spaces like this.
Where's my favorite one? There it is. Hey, it's even spear. Shorter range than I'd like, but that's okay. It's okay, because this is my favorite outfit, like, in the game so far. In fact, this might even be my final outfit, I'm just saying. It's time to save the world as Iceman. No one's gonna get that. Alright, so. Let's go grab this.
Oh, nice. Some missile.
Whoa, I'm dead. Okay, I'm alive. I'm no longer dead. Death has been averted. Oh yeah, by the way, Trihexia asked a question. How would you write a story of Control, with Control being the canon ending to Mass Effect 3? And I think there's really only two ways you could go that. One, the story is all about the aforementioned Control. And so it's like kind of a pseudo-dystopian sort of thing, right? oh my god, what has happened in the wake of this terrible, terrible tragedy of Shepard controlling every aspect of our lives. Or you can completely ignore it. One of the two. I've only been equipping my good ones, Joe. Like, I need to probably sell the rest of these, because this is a +5, that's a +5, and there's my +6.
Keep an eye out while you're busy.
Listen, this is clearly the perfect weapon, or armor, for this. Can't target. There we go. Let's try the super slow spell, see if it'll home in.
I don't like tight spaces like this.
Is it like... What's happening here? Oh, there we go. It just was refusing to activate. Those were actually hitting. I think the pluses that are now on the HUD, which, by the way, I updated the HUD during the lunch break, speak for themselves. Honestly, I agree with that, Jovan. Weirdly enough. As much as I kind of think the total retcon idea should be on the board, remind me to use those when we lose Roxy, probably when I die. But, yeah, no, I'd make it be like, everyone's like, oh my god, we're all under the control of the Reapers. The Reapers run all aspects of galactic society. And everyone's trying to like, we must stop the Reapers. It's the only way. But why? Because even though they're benevolent, we're people and we're dumb. And they're like, okay, let's do it. And they stop the Reapers, and they do it. They kill Shepard. But in the process, they kill everyone. Even little pink girls. Or, wait, sorry. I was thinking of Star Trek there for a second.
What happened?
Yeah, and there's even a word. The Reapers were never evil. There was always worse than the Reapers. Da da da. And that thing that's worse than the Reapers is... And then we cut to black before we actually demonstrate it. And then the Giga Reapers shows up and they're like, don't worry. We'll save you from the horrific evil thing, which we're not telling you what it is. No damage with this thing. I mean, I guess that makes sense. It's not a melee weapon, but still, yeesh. Well, I need these damn Vistages. In fact, I'm pretty sure I missed one earlier, which I need to kind of rewind and go get at some point. Whoop! Oh, I have no mana. Well, I've decided I hate mage builds.
Strength won't get us through.
Keep searching!
That's a marvelous find.
Any questions?
That means there's something on the other side.
Really, game? You're not gonna let me just scooch over here? Even though I clearly should be able to? Okay, cool.
How are you doing?
While we're here, let's upgrade these. If they have, I haven't heard it on Falkenstein, but that doesn't mean anything. I might have just not heard it yet. Alright, so anyways, mages suck. Worst class in the universe, negative 50 out of 100. Alright. I do like it conceptually, but honestly, So we're going to go ahead and, what are we trying out now? Eos, I guess? Look, it was right there, John. It was calling to me. Artemis is ranged, I think? Very dexterity-based. What is this, then? That's... strength-based. That's also strength-based, so this is dex-based. Where's the other one? There it is. That's also strength. I have a lot of strength-based right now. Whatever. Yes, the canon relationship for Shepard will be with Rex. Here, hang on. Let me invite first. Boop. Look at my things here. Wrong button. Where's Artemis? There it is. That's a lot of interesting abilities that I cannot get right now. Pancakes are good. More pancakes. More good. Well, screw it. Let's go back to leveling this, because I haven't finished leveling this yet. Get that on. That's better deck scaling, pretty sure. What was that? That has better deck scaling. I guess that's true. And we're still leveling Drain Boost, looks like. Yeah, What I need is a billion haze so I can really just play around with abilities.
It'll be hard to
We'll try not to fall in any holes this time. Oh, there it is. We just learned circulating pulse. Alright, give me 1 second here. We also learned that apparently. Do we have flame down? Yeah, we do. Okay. Okay, let's wait on doing more of that. Because I just realized that's going to take time and money. I have neither right now. So I am the lore
You
runner.
have to use every tool you have, right?
Pathetico, the lore runner. That's actually my real name. We went there, we went there. I can't remember if we went all... Well, it says we went down this way. Is there something I missed?
There are some mean ones out there, huh? It'll be hard pressed here.
Ah, this is what it was. The drop down. Nope. That's okay. Leads back over here.
No, that's cold.
Aw. Temporary vestige. So I got a stamp and a Dr. Winter. I always wondered, are you a Doctor of Winter? Are you Winter itself, embodied in Doctor format? Are you a doctor who embodies Winter? Like, there's so many possibilities here. I've never figured it out. And that leads back here. This is actually kind of harder to navigate than the cathedral. Okay, so I already went there, and I already went there. So by definition, this way.
Enemy is nearby.
Well, I mean, all of the above. At the same time. That's there too. Captain Cold. One of the dumbest villains, especially for Flash, of all people. Hi, I can move so fast I can outrace time. Yeah, I've got a gun that can freeze things sometimes.
We'll put that to good use.
Cool, but what's your power? Well, I've got a gun that can freeze... Okay, okay. So, we're looking for something a little bit more useful. A little bit less terrible. Imagine Mr. Freeze, but disinteresting. Like, he's not even Australian, like the boomerang guy whose name I can't think of right now. Yeah, the problem is even the low-level Flashes could outmaneuver him without even trying. Never mind the ones who can literally outrun time. Captain Boomerang, that's him.
Do you see something?
At least he's Australian, you know? That's something. Is that a vestige? That is a vestige. Okay. Okay, okay. Nice aim. Gorilla Grodd's one of those weird ones. Because he's actually pretty high tier, but he probably shouldn't be.
What could that be?
Not to fall in the hole. Okay. That's the first time that's actually happened, believe it or not.
Hey, are you okay?
I'm almost impressed. Well, now we gotta backtrack, because that was the way to that vestige. And we kind of need that vestige, so...
You can't go ahead and never trust here.
I guess I could change to a real build. Since I'm not leveling this more effective. Am I leveling anything right now? Nope. Okay, let's switch over to... Am I leveling anything here? Nope. Am I leveling anything anywhere? I guess there's passives. Whatever that is. No, that one's leveled, but that one's not. So hang on. Sorry, I just realized I was looking at the icons wrong. In fact, let's just rewind a second here. Yep, so I need to level that. Alright. So instead of that... grab that. Sorry, Roxy. Sorry, trying to figure out what the frick. I also need to remember where the hell we just were. Down? Down? I think? Nope, that's really wrong. Where the hell were we? Oh, Jesus. I'm just gonna pick a direction and we'll get there eventually. Pick a direction. Yep, this is right, this is right. Although activator. Peekaboo. Dead.
You have to use every tool you have, right?
In my opinion, asks Fishki, what does a game need to be considered a Souls-like?
Watch out.
Hey, Joven, what do you think a game needs to be considered a Souls-like? Definitions questions. Everyone's favorite. Everyone's favorite.
Strike me with
Bring it. Nice. So there's that heal back. In action. I'm not actually running in circles. I died, Von Falkenstein. I was literally yeeted off of a frickin' ledge. By the way, my niece said the word yeet unironically and in proper context recently. It was one of the most terrifying things ever. Yeah, I'd say there's several things that are indicative of the Souls-like concept. Dying and dropping all your stuff, but then you go back and get it again, using one currency for both money and experience. Slowly upgrading your gear via items that you find manually distributed throughout the world. Interconnected areas, pseudo-Metroidvania or full Metroidvanias. A whole bunch of stuff boils down to a Souls-like for me, but you, of course, asked what I think the most important thing, the primary thing, no hazardous, to be considered, I'm going the wrong way, to be considered a Souls-like. This is really not the right way. Hang on. It's this way? That can't be right. I guess it is. Alright, whatever. Trust in the map.
I'm on my way.
Nope, yep, no, that's right, because she's up there. Okay, nope. I'm found. Buff. Can't have a difficulty slider, which means Jedi Fallen Order can't be a Souls-like. I would say the most important thing, and admittedly this is pretty much what Joven just said, is the core gameplay loop of mastery gameplay. That. Knocked off. Right with my back to the wall this time.
This is my home. I'm mine.
Okay. The idea of... I called it punishing gameplay all the way back in my Dark Souls 1 rumination, and I kind of stand by that. The idea of, alright, the game is punishing, the game is pushing you down, and it harshly penalizes failure, but it also heavily encourages you to keep trying over and over and over and over and over again, right?
That's a marvelous find.
It wants you to actually learn the patterns. It wants you to learn the areas. It wants you to learn the moveset. Just double checking something.
Pay attention to the
Pretty sure that's just a fall, but I want to be sure. Yeah, it's different than a Brage game, which is there just to basically be a troll. Like, there's no other depth or subtlety to that. So I would say that's probably the most core-centric thing to what makes up a Souls-like. Now, how many of these stupid things do we need? Hang on. I'm guessing it's Artemis, because that's what we keep getting in the area. Do we need 4 Artemises? Because if we do, we're good. Yeah, I was gonna say, I know Artemis is Mia's. So unless we're fighting her next, is there just not one here? I suppose that's possible. Whatever. Back this way, I guess, because we're going north.
feel a breeze. Is the ceiling open to the sky?
I will admit, Souls-like games tend to be one of those you can tell if you're looking at it kind of deals. But at the same time, like I said, many of the specific hallmarks of a Souls-like are pretty easy to identify. I mean, this is definitively a Souls-like. Yeah, we're just back. How did we get... Alright, if there's no critical vestiges, that's okay. I'll just let that go. Why is that? Okay. Enough screwing around. Gonna go with my gut on this one. Gonna follow what my navigation brain says to do. Gonna be wrong. But that's okay.
You got everything? It's like a tide of the lost.
I was right. But I wouldn't have been right if I hadn't said I was wrong. That's how that works. See, you gotta play with fate like that. Play with luck that way. Otherwise it'd be like, ah ha ha! Like if I say I'm good at this game, first thing that's gonna happen is I'm gonna get beat up in the face. First thing that's gonna happen.
That was easier than I expected.
Like, right off the bat. But if I say, God, I just suck so hard at this game, I'm gonna one-shot the next boss.
I don't like space like this.
I disagree with that. Popping this and level it. How are we doing on that? Let's get there.
You look pretty confident.
Yeah, we got a reverse fate psychology. That's what we're gonna call it from now on. I like it.
We'll put that to good use.
So, back here. I think we got the vestige. Yeah, we got the vestige over there. We didn't get the other vestige.
I wander aimlessly for days.
Like that one. That's, Coda's. I think. Not Coda. What's her name? Like, I have her thing. I have her, code already. Coco, that's it, I suppose.
Look, do you see that?
I see nothing. Oh, this. Yes, I do. Okay, this could be fun.
Try to be with me.
That's a two-handed sword? Whoop. Hold on, first of all. Second of all. Third of all. Alright. Immediate and instantaneous veto, Mr. Red. And don't worry, not spoiling anything. Nothing plot relevant or even gameplay relevant's happening right now. We're literally just doing a monster chest real quick.
Well, that's that.
There's monster chests in this game, Mr. Red. Spoilers. Oh my god. Ugh. I like how my buffs stay if I get res. That's actually a nice touch. Also, there's video game in this game. And spells. And women who are trying to be sexy and failing at it.
That took some effort.
What? The sexiest woman in the damn game so far is the frickin' human lady who doesn't have a name.
You're low on healing.
Yeah.
Do you want to keep going? We'll put that to good use.
By the way, you know what she's wearing? A dress.
The way the water glows is enchanting. We'll be ambushed if we
Oh, Mia's a good character. I like her. I've already given her applause. Okay, yep, that's a turret. That's a turret. That's a turret. I am very low on healing. God, I hate those turrets so much. Yeah, let's get a save spot here. Interesting that I can pull up the menu if I do it before you join, but after you join I can't. Weird. I have not actually, Mr. Red. There's so many thorns down here. Hello. I'll be right with you. I mean, honestly, Mia would look better in the coat I am currently wearing. Like, seriously. Picture her in this thing. Whoa, turret! Alright, I'm sick of these frickin' turrets in this frickin' level. Or... whatever. Whatever. I've lost my gun. My sword, I mean. There it is. So that's a strength sword. Oh yeah, it's a two-hander, that's why. So we're back on dex sword. Okay. God, I hate these things so much.
My life, everything that I had or
That's
held
a marvelous find.
all vanished
Wow.
instantly in the great collapse.
Interesting. New blood code. That's obviously forward, so we'll do that later. It's like a boss fight, actually.
Things just got worse.
So there's at least one more vestige I want to get.
Brought us together.
God, that's slow.
You have to use every tool you have, right?
You know, I'm not sure what the side quests give in this game. Alright, so let's backtrack a little bit, because I missed a side path. Or never found it, one of the two. Yeah, probably codes. One moment, please. Happy 4th! Exclamation mark. I hope the fireworks aren't too bothersome over there, period. As for me, comma, no, not yet, period. I'm going to bug them tomorrow, because they're not open today, period. Floor Mom asking about the dentist visit, which will at some point or another be interrupting my streaming schedule. Not a lot I can do about it. I can't stream at the dentist, you know.
Door in a place like this.
I mean,
Oh, is it locked?
okay, I probably could stream from the dentist, but I'm not going to. That's that. Okay, whatever. I guess that's actually it. I thought there was another thing. But there clearly isn't. Onwards. My last heal.
You can't regenerate? We don't have to push on right now. It's all...
Whoa, the fat rolls. I'm not sure what's going on with my weight and why I'm fat rolling, because I probably shouldn't be. Oh well. Well, they're usually in a bikini, Melkor.
Oh, you're back.
That's it. I'll just stream myself in a bikini, and the views will come in. Alright, so what is going on with my frickin' fat rolls? I am actually overweight, holy crap. Just the normal kind, period. I wonder I'm doing fat rolls. Alright, can I, like, just unequip this? To reduce my load? Oh, okay, good. I was gonna say, I apparently can't even drop my primary weapon, so... Or my secondary weapon, rather. That should pull us back under fat rolling. Yep. I actually don't know what else to do to reduce my weight anymore, so we're just gonna live with that, I suppose. Gotta get up here before Roxy joins.
All prepared?
Enjoy the swimming, Ryman. Happy for. Did not mean to hit that. Literal fat finger on that. Sorry, Roxy. I didn't mean to lock you out of that one.
A vestige.
Wait, did that lost leave something behind?
What are you up to? Question mark. And how was the party yesterday? Question mark.
This is Mr. Mido. He's going to be taking all of you in.
I don't think we'll get along with him. He doesn't look like he smiles.
This is where it all began.
Whatever. What was the name of the boss I just killed, by the way?
I told you not to come in here.
This. What is this? What have you done?
It's nothing to be concerned about. I'm merely indulging my curiosity. You, however, you will become something far greater.
He was smiling as he spoke, like a child playing with a doll.
Good morning. And how are we doing today, my dear children? You should celebrate, for today we are entering a new phase of our research.
Yeah, that's Shido.
Rejoice on this glorious day of reunion. Praise curiosity in the progress it brings. For you are about to climb the ladder of evolution.
So he's evil. That's what I'm supposed to be looking back at, but whatever. Oh, okay. You, I think you might be looking at me.
He was well known and celebrated as a scientific genius. But he used orphans like us as guinea pigs for his twisted experiments. Then sold us all into slavery as enhanced soldiers.
How awful.
He always told us, humanity is but a stepping stone to the future, and curiosity is the philosopher's stone of evolution. His experiments never ended. He used my friends over and over again, like they were just objects. Mido, you bastard. I'll make you pay for what you've done.
I'm sorry, I'm just picturing, like, you walk up to Mido, and there's an option to spare him. And, like... there should be a timer for how long it takes people to not spare him. Okay, so it looks like I haven't finished that one up yet. Let's see here. Let's switch to Yakuma for no reason. He's just the biggest bro of all the broiness.
You aren't too hard to work with.
Eh. Do a little catch up here before I invite anybody again. Wow, I am completely maxed. You can tell which one I was maining. Jeez Louise. Well, the Crow, I would say so far this is better than every single Dark Souls game.
What's up?
Combined with the cherry. Because I hate cherries. But if you take off the cherry, it's a little bit more debatable. We'll see. I've actually reviewed Elden Ring and I've reviewed Bloodborne, so we'll see. I mean, I'm not going to parry, so that's never happening. Go ahead and grab that one. There's several O's there. I'm trying to get the whole name in, you know. Bro? Does increasing your gift... Obviously, it increases your buffs and your spells. Does it also increase your passives? Your passive gifts? We haven't done anything on him. Aw, passives are flat. Sadness. Almost done with these because too many of these are new at this point. I can't even equip half of those. Or learn, rather. Interesting. Yes, Shishki, absolutely. Now, I haven't played 9 or 10, but from what I understand, 9 and 10 are still decent games. And I do know that 9, 10, and 11 form a trilogy. So, can definitely recommend at least those. How far back you go, that's up to you. Oh, I want that. Of course, I don't have that. And there's Dark Knight, the one we just got. Ah, yes, it's the halberd one. Dash forward combo, fire resist combo, projectile, attack power with halberds, strength and dex buff. All of that looks nice. And honestly, I might literally just grab all of that. Okay, that should be enough learned for now. We got tons of stuff to master. I mean, at this point, I'd say we're on track, Narset. We'll see. We'll see how it handles. Because Elden Ring actually reviewed pretty well. Some people tend to forget that. Same with Bloodborne. So, we'll see. Okay, so we're still leveling. Yep, we're still leveling.
Make sure you're good and set before we
Cleansing
go.
Light. And I think that's it over here right now. Yeah, but I really want Cleansing Light, so we're going to keep doing this. Okay, can I even invite here? I cannot. Cute.
Let's do this.
Oh yeah, hopefully someone will be here who knows the God Eater franchise at a certain point. So I have a question to ask them when we get there. But in the interim, let me... Yep. Let's see. Question queue. Dr. Winter says, what's a game you'd more likely to see a proper remake of? Infamous 1 or Infamous 2? I think I'm going to go ahead and default to Infamous 2. Mostly because there's a better chance of an Infamous 2 proper remake actually being really good. As opposed to an Infamous 1 proper remake, which will pull the game up to better, right? I will admit, I'm not exactly invested in either franchise. Or in the franchise in general.
No harm in
The strongest vampires I've played? It's a tough one, actually. Oh, I know, right, Inamisho? Yeah, I was gonna say, playing as Kain in the Legacy of Kain series, whoops, probably qualifies. He was pretty high tier. Every now and again, the coin lands on its side. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Where the hell is it? Oh, there it is. Duh. Yeah, I feel like Infamous 1 was still trying to not be a comic book story. Infamous 2 leapt fully into being a comic book story. Oh yeah, I should do this really quick. And, well, that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's totally a bad thing. Actually, yeah, Loner. Yeah, Second Son was more enjoyable than I thought it would be, at least mostly because it did something with its premise, which neither Infamous 1 or 2 really did. And of course, it's just a fun game to play. I will admit I do not own Infamous 3, or 2, I think.
That one looks like he knows what he's doing.
Right, I'm buffed right now. Let's fix it.
No harm in being prepared.
Hey, we here at the Lore Walkers are here to please. I mean, Infamous does predate Saints Row, but yes. I was actually going to make the comment that I think Saints Row 4 does the superhero action game better than Infamous does. You got it. Episode 1 sucks. Episode 2 sucks. Episode 3 sucks and is awesome. Episode 4 is a classic. Episode 5 is one of the best films ever made. Episode 6 sucks and is awesome. Episode 7 is boring. Episode 8 sucks. And Episode 9 sucks but is enjoyable. There you go. There's Star Wars. Any questions?
Let's head on down.
Dude, I love Saints Row 4, unabashedly. Now, hold on. I should probably mention, I played Saints Row 4 fully co-op. In fact, I've never actually soloed Saints Row 4. And I bring that up because, as I've said many, many times,
You aren't too hard to work
the
with.
quality of a game automatically goes up when you play it with a friend, especially in proper co-op. So, good becomes great, bad becomes good, great becomes fantastic, and so forth and so on. So, I played Saints Row 4 with a friend, so yeah, my... What in the snot? So my opinion of it absolutely went up as a consequence of that. Saints Row 4 was also unafraid and unashamed to just kind of do things for fun, which is nice, you know?
You aren't too hard to work with.
So everything's on fire. I'm not sure what's sustaining the fire. I'm not sure I want to know what's sustaining the fire.
The whole town is ablaze. Hot doesn't begin to describe it. It's hard to see through flames. Bring it in!
That's new.
You have to take whatever you can use. Damn it. I can barely move here. Watch for the flames to stop firing.
Nice place. I like it. Best dungeon in the game. Oh yeah, thanks for reminding me. I'm good. One of the first signs of frostbite is that you feel really hot.
Well, where are we headed next? We can look for a safe path from high ground. Lower that ladder if we find a way around.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If you literally just reached up your hand, you could effortlessly grab that. You're just taunting me at this point, game.
Just as ordered.
Whatever.
New ladder.
Gotta have the loot. Worth it.
Things on fire. Place to stop.
I mean, it's actually one of my favorite South Park episodes. That's why I can quote it so effortlessly.
Moving out.
Like, just from memory. It's a perfect encapsulation of when South Park really actually nails it with regards to their particular brand of humor. Taking so, and we've talked about this. We've talked about this in the formula, in the calculus of humor. It's when they take something extremely ridiculous, but they portray it completely straight-faced, as if it was genuinely a serious, real issue. And it is the juxtaposition that provides the humor. It's exactly why I can never think of his name was such an excellent comedian. I should probably go switch back to an actual outfit. What was I wearing? Oh, Jesus, I don't remember.
Prepare now, so you don't regret it later.
Meh. By the way, does this place have a vestige? Or a critical vestige?
Jump down anymore.
By the way, another excellent example of South Park episode. It's actually a two-parter. The Family Guy two-parter. Honestly, probably the actual best South Park episode ever, in my opinion. Of the ones I've seen, of course. Well, that hurt. I mean that, by the way. That's not a joke or hyperbole. That episode did everything South Park needed to do right, and at the same time managed to be interesting about making an actual point, which South Park can do surprisingly well.
Place like this.
There's even a particular part of the episode, which a lot of people tend to forget about, which I'm rather fond of, where the episode defends Family Guy and their particular style of humor. And everyone tends to forget that particular tidbit because they just think they're just trying to take the piss on Family Guy, which is, of course, completely missing the entire point of the episode. Okay, this is fun. So, if anybody sees any critical vestiges, please feel free to point them out, because there's a decent chance I will not see them. Things like that. I missed one. Okay, perfect.
Can't stop.
It's right there. I knew it. Oh, God. All right, where is it? 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 Look around for a second. Look at where we've been. So you can just glance around. The ladder I kicked down? That was way back. Hang on.
Hold on. I'm on my way.
It's just fire. God, people. Ah, there it is.
I can't.
That's.
I can't walk anymore.
Skathok. My personal favorite. Ironically, not a lot of enemies here, which makes sense since, you know, we're fighting the environment. Favorite Futurama episode? One moment. So there are three that come to mind immediately. One's a movie, the final movie, the good movie. One is the last episode of the show until it got renewed. The first renewal. The current last episode of the show. But the other one is not the one you're thinking of. Almost guaranteed. It is specifically the one where they go back in time and Fry becomes his own grandfather. I feel safe, you know, spoiling that because that's just kind of the point of the episode. It's the only way to really get it across, right? Roswell. If you're wondering why those three, well, all three of them do the exact same thing, which is also what Futurama does when it's doing its best. They're all hilarious, and actually rather smart forms of humor, aka it's the kind of humor you really have to think about to really process. But even if you don't, it's still funny. So, very intelligent humor. But the final and most important piece is all three of them are heartwarming episodes. All three of them are actually really character-driven pieces about the individuals in question, and they do a really good job therewith.
We don't have to jump down anymore.
Futurama is actually already on the list, but is a very long show, Narset, so it will probably take a long time to get there. Okay. Around for any reds. How many vestiges here, by the way? Just to be sure. As per usual. I actually rather like little green men over in Star Trek. Call me a weirdo. Wow. I did not like King of the Hill at all, no. I will go so far as to say that I actively disliked King of the Hill. I'm not sure if it's a bad show or not. Never thought about it that far. Yeah, everyone mentions the dog episode. I don't actually care for the dog episode all that much. Although, I will admit, I like the payoff of the dog episode.
That looks interesting. I always look forward to this. Much obliged.
You gonna just... Okay. I am absolutely not a pet person, so that's almost assuredly part of it. The same reason why episodes about daughters or nieces tend to hit me a little bit harder than they hit most people. So I understand it, I get it. It's just Jurassic Park doesn't hit me the same as it hits most people. 1 second. I think I've been up here, and I am correct.
Don't run too far ahead.
But this is just back here, so this is just looking for vestiges. Don't mind me. I've only found one so far. If there's 4, that would fit the pattern. So far, there's always been 4.
Creeping down there.
Well, looks like it would be a thing. That works. I was just thinking about how to deal with that.
I'm not sure if my heart can take much more.
This is just a loop. This is just a loop. And that's just a regular item, right? Whoop! Nope.
I like your attitude.
It is actually a vestige. That's 2, I think, now? Hang on, what are we up to? Vestige. Yep, we are up to 2. I'm missing 2. I will admit, if there's anything I liked about King of the Hill... Whoops, I'm going the wrong way. It would be that it never really tried to be anything other than what it was.
Looks like there's a path on the other side.
There's something.
Can we still regenerate some?
But that is number 3, so we're missing 1. Favorite Futurama quote? I mean, even though it's a modern one, I don't want to live on this planet anymore. It's just so applicable. I'm gonna go with that.
Hold on. I'm on my way.
Hold on, what? What did I miss? Just items. Good, I gotta get the items. Gotta get the loot. Gotta get the loot. Okay, we're good. That's always the goal, Pajama Day. Whether I'm playing it solo, or on stream, or with a friend. I have more days behind me than ahead of me. Let's friggin' go. Okay, so... Yes, they did, Trithon. I'm actually about 4 days into getting that one at the moment. Why is that sad, Pajama Day? I got stuff to do. I got a billion things I want to do. Are you kidding me? Let's go. I don't know what you're thinking, but how will you enjoy them? And if you're thinking that, then you don't know me very well. Because I still enjoy games, even at my pace. I think that should be obvious because of how much I'm enjoying this one. And every other game I've ever streamed. I am up to date on STO as of right now, yes. I actually rather like the current story arc and hate the previous one. And yeah, going at my pace also means I get through games like Shattered Universe in 1 day. Could you imagine? I see that.
Got something we can use?
Hey, good find. I mean, I will admit that there are games that absolutely drag on me. The irony is and we've talked about this, it's never about the game being too long, it's about the game not using its length properly, and there is a key critical distinction between those two things.
Wow.
Because there are plenty of long games I never got bored of. And then there's long games, hell, then there's short games where I'm like, oh my god, are we done yet?
What a
Correct,
terrible place.
Kira White Noise.
Sealing away the Queen? It's just absurd.
It's him.
Even now, humanity buds into a new world of possibility.
Mito. Was that a memory?
Agreed, Trithon. Thank you for not spoiling.
Got this?
Don't I look like I'm dressed for the weather? I got this.
Sealing away the Queen? It's just absurd, Gregorio. Even you must realize that no progress can be made without sacrifice.
Sir, the vessel has been prepared.
This relic is a seed that will sprout our future. Even now, humanity buds into a new world of possibility.
If he's not a big buff guy who punches me a bunch, I'm gonna be upset.
Relic transfer into subject Emily Sue has begun. Compatibility remains stable.
Splendid! I can see why she volunteered. Blossom into a beautiful flower.
Yeah, he might be evil.
The crypt is complete. Now the next to fly evolution will be. Me? Come now. We have all the time in the world.
Abrupt.
The successor. It was you.
It was me. What?
Emily.
Oh, right. Well, we're still
Let's
missing
head to the crypt.
We're still missing one vestige, so we can't actually go after the boss yet.
That fire. Is that your way of calling for help? Hold on.
That was the 5th one. There's usually 4 plus a plot one that you can't skip, right? Yeah, I love how they're just like dum 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 on the fire, and I'm just like, I realize I'm like low on health, right? Alright, whatever. So hang on. This follows pattern. Ugh, yeah, that was fun. Okay.
Turn back. Thanks, friend. How's this?
Okay. So we need to not run into the boss yet. Hopefully there'll be a nice big obvious thing like there has been the last 2 times.
Sorry.
Oh, I know, right, Ross? It's like I said in Discord. Speaking as someone who is legitimately good at that game. What? Of course I enjoy sports, but you know what I enjoy even more? Answering questions from Luco. So Luco asks, are there any non-violent actions you enjoy doing in video games that you don't in real life? That's a good question. So I was thinking about that, because, like, you know, most of the non-violent stuff I would enjoy doing, like, you know, managing a city, or building something, or farming. This the boss? Is this the boss? Maybe not. Being cautious. Don't want to screw myself over. This Eskimo suit is perfect for this level. Thank you very much. It's preventing the fire from reaching me, obviously. Nobody cares about fish, though. Fish are delicious, so it's okay to torture them. You can quote me on that. But, like, you know, I fly around in a jetpack in STO to do my daily for the event.
Bring it anytime.
But... Is that...
How's this?
Okay. But I would totally love to do that in real life. I just can't. Hi, Quack. So, to be honest, yes, Injustice 2 is a great game. Go buy it. I'm not sure I can come up with a non-violent action in a video games that I wouldn't enjoy doing in real life.
Oh, that's...
Getting really low on all the resources over here. Just really low. Oh, nice, Trithon. Congrats. I'm currently rocking 3 separate ships, all of which are set up pretty much specifically for the review run we'll be doing in a couple months here. Listen, the only person I can flirt with, legally, is Bragwin. She's not here, so I don't want to get sued. See, everyone thinks I'm the one who sues. It's actually her. I mean, have you seen her hair lately? My God. Alright, so that looks like hell. This looks like less hell, but still hell. Well, Oh, there's the thing. That's good. Still no vestige. Anyways, let me look at my question queue here. Yep, this is the only way forward. Oh, Jesus. Getting a little low. Holy crowley. So right now I have A, C, D. That's it. I am missing B. I'm missing B. Unless it's out of order somewhere. So I'm still missing one. That's just mean. I'm just gonna let Yakumo deal with that nonsense. I'm not even dealing with that. Okay, question. Hey, let me look at my actual question queue for a second. Am I doing the MMO of Tor or the other games? I don't understand that question. Do you mind clarifying that question, Megas Gomon Spotbon? Assuming you're there still. See you around, Jobbin. I am having fun for whatever it's worth.
Safer ground, okay?
Don't hate me, please. Let's see here. Narset says Futurama quote. Luca says favorite sport. I actually enjoy quite a bit of sports. I prefer to play sports over viewing, but I do like watching a good football match. Emphasis a good football match, because a bad football match is extraordinarily boring. It's getting really dangerous. And I like watching Formula One, especially this year. This year's actually been a great year for Formula One. I'd say probably the second best year since, I want to say 2012 or 2011 was the last really good year we had in F1.
I see something.
Is that a... No, that's a regular item. I actually have seen a high-level tennis match several times. I can't think of his name, but What's-His-Face was phenomenal to watch in his prime. I've never seen a good NFL match, but then again, I don't watch American football. I'm paying a little bit of attention here because I'm trying to make sure I don't miss a plot critical item amongst this mess while being low on health and very much not wanting to die. I will lose a huge amount of progress if I die right now. Please, please, okay.
You're a godsend.
Why did I open my big fat mouth? So we're dead. Jesus Christ.
Oh, you're up again. No harm in being prepared.
But yes, we're playing Tor, not KOTOR. Big difference. So we just lost all of that nonsense.
Enemy spotted above us.
That's just... in case you missed the nonsense that just happened there, those frickin' spindly things kept throwing me into the fire, which would do more damage. Am I done leveling this thing yet? No, I'm not. This button. Invite. On the plus side, we've gotten most of the optional stuff at this point. Just kind of run. I'm sure there's good, I'm just gonna call it Gridiron. Is that cool? I'm sure there's good Gridiron games. I have never personally seen one. I've also never seen a good baseball game, which makes me sad because I've seen quite a few of those. I actually prefer playing baseball. Like, I like playing baseball. Baseball's fun. Watching, not as much. Now, I have seen a lot of good basketball matches because I grew up when, you know, the Bulls were doing their thing, right? I was at the tail end of Magic Johnson and Larry Bird, and I got to be there in the prime for Michael Jordan.
Bring it anytime.
I've actually been pretty big into boxing most of my life, for the dumbest reason possible, but it's still true. Go ahead, guess. Why do you think I'm into boxing? Just guess, right now.
Appreciate it.
Sorry, to make my statement very clear, why do you think I got into boxing, not why I am into boxing? Because there's a lot of reasons why I'm into boxing. It's a very technical sport. There's a huge amount of rules and precision and technique, and just it's actually really wonderful to see really good boxers go at it. A lot of stuff that most people, I think, completely miss. But no, Luco is quite correct. The reason I got into boxing was because there was something called Punch-Out on the Nintendo Entertainment System. And so I asked my mother if I could get some boxing gloves, and I did. And I don't know if you know this, but I tend to be rather upper body heavy.
I knew you had talent.
So I just kind of leaned into that. And lo and behold,
What is that?
I actually really enjoyed it. You little snot. Gosh, what else? There's actually a lot of sports I'm into, believe it or not. But that's the rule, isn't it? All things to all men. So I'm into everything. A little bit. A little bit. Pulls back. Okay, we're good, we're good. By the way, if I haven't said it, thank you, Roxy. Your presence is most appreciated. There you are. Nah, I mean it, for real. I mean, Terra's awesome, but you... Ooh. But no, for real, though, I do appreciate your companionship, your friendship, your help, your assistance. Sheesh. As I was literally just talking about a few minutes ago, co-op makes games better. That's been true since the NES for me. Being able to sit down and play, you know, Double Dragon with my friends, right? Is that? We haven't been that way, one way or the other.
Keep your eyes open on the way down.
Oh, let's look at this first. Yeah, Battletoads? Absolutely. Hell, Double Dribble. Anyone remember that one? No, of course you don't. Don't lie to me. I did mention hockey. So, I've never played hockey because I got a stuffed toy right now. Because I could never figure out how to ice skate. And you're probably thinking, Laura, you're dumb, and you're right. So I could never figure out how to roller skate either. Never did it my whole life. But, hang on. There's a twist here. You ready for this? I actually rollerbladed all the time. I loved rollerblading. Hey, that's our first Queen Titanium. Why I said that's so weird. Queen Titanium. Titanium. Hey, that's got to be our last one.
I'm going to leave you behind.
That's got to be our last one right there. Now let's scooch down here because I saw some loot. Oh, hello. You're a person. Well, I mean, you were a person. You know what I mean. I know Von Falkenstein. That's what weirded me out so much. But I took to rollerblading for a while. Okay, so now we've looped.
Time to head on up.
But yeah, so as a consequence, I never played hockey. Because, you know, ice skating. And I generally don't get into sports I can't do either in some manner or another. Either video game or literally in person. And I mean, name a good hockey video game. Okay, I guess that's it.
Hold on. I'm on my way.
How do we get back? Oh, we gotta go all the way back around, don't we? Man. I said name a good hockey game, Ross. God. Alright, items, vestiges. A, B, C, D. We're missing one. We're missing one.
Pick up something we can use?
Did we ever... Hold up. Actually, it's funny you say that, Melkor. So far, ditto. We did not get that chest up there, which means there might be a vestige that way. So that's... this way. second titanium. Or titanium, if you prefer. Pop that while we're at it.
Should find better ground.
The only thing I don't like about this dungeon, legitimately, is that the enemies are weak, immune to the fire. I think if this was a dungeon where the enemies were weak, you know, you could throw them into the fire. Hey! That's 5. We're good. We're good. We got all 5. Then, that would be awesome. It would add another tactical layer to an already good dungeon. Let's double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What did we find? Yep, we're good. We're good. Yeah, it's not gray. This and the ice dungeon have been my favorite dungeons so far.
Moving out.
Overall.
Watch it.
Thanks, Yakumo. Appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying not to just be, you know, too positive because we're just out of that frickin' cathedral. But these have been pretty decent. Even that little side... Where are we going? This way. No? No, it is this way. I'm right. Even that little side foray into, like, the cavernous area wasn't bad. I don't think it's positive worthy, but it wasn't bad. Ooh, there. I thought that was... Okay, whatever. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna die. Oh, God. If you're talking about the beta, Ross, by coincidence, I saw the whole thing. Triforce percent, to put it into different terminology.
You've used a lot of healing. Be careful from here on. Is that the crypt? Just hold on, Emily.
I've been waiting for you.
Okay, so. Hang on. So I'm gonna order that. Okay, cool. First thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back and heal, because this is a boss. Then we're gonna do all these vestiges.
Don't run too far ahead.
I mean, that everyone's known about that Arwing for years at this point. I'm not even joking. That's such an old thing. It was one of the first things Code Diggers found in Ocarina. Why does she look like she's naked? Well, because her skin tone is very pale. See? And that's the color. So you can see the skin, and then you can see the cloth. So, very similar tone, especially at a distance.
I've been waiting for you.
Also, because the clothing designers of the females in this game are on drugs.
Please, spin a thread of memory for me.
Jesus, Roxy. I am perfectly dressed for this now.
Reinforcements! 2 o'clock! Damn it, they just keep coming. Miguel, Emily, we're falling back.
I can't walk anymore.
Come on, fight. It's just a bit farther. We're all going back home alive.
What's the name of the area we're in right now? By the way. Not this place, the fireplace.
Hey, we're heading back to the front after we eat, right? I want to make sure I go out there with a full tank.
Are you hanging in there, Emily?
I'm just fine. Your onigiri really did the trick, Yakumo.
The fighting's been hot for a while. Take it easy and watch yourself.
What are you doing here? You need to get some rest or else you're gonna be all groggy tomorrow.
Whenever I think we'll have to listen to Mito forever, it makes it hard for me to fall asleep.
Don't worry. I don't intend to let that happen. I promise, one of these days we're going to take our freedom back. And I mean all of us. Together.
Yeah, I like the sound of that. I have no idea what I'd do without you guys.
Probably turn into a giant flame monster that's about to kick my ass. If I were to guess.
I've been waiting. Please, spin a thread of memory for me.
And no, I haven't, Dr. Winter.
What the hell is this thing? Nothing we do even phases it.
It's a Dark Souls boss.
Got us surrounded. We need to open an exit.
I'll create a distraction. I want both of you to use it to escape.
Destroying their footing should slow them down. Can you do that, Emily?
You bet. Just say when.
You saved our hides this time, Emily. That was some sharp thinking.
It's because I'm always watching you, Yakumo. My body just responded on its own.
Bracing.
You're watching me?
Oh, you know, as an example of what to do. I need to learn how to pull my own weight, right?
I like your attitude. Looks like we don't have time to sit around and chat. Damn, out of ammo. I'm gonna buy you some time, so run while you can.
Don't be ridiculous. We aren't going to leave you behind.
It's either that or all of us are lunch. I want at least you two to get out of here. Run, damn it! Keep your eyes forward and move!
Yakumo!
I've been... Please, spin a thread of memory for me.
Yeah, if I ever end up in an anime war, first thing I'm gonna do is run out, pick up a giant chunk of concrete, and just start wielding it at people.
Oh, good. You're finally awake, Emily.
What happened? We were surrounded by those monsters, and then...
That bastard Mito told me when I woke up. Apparently, he brought us back to life as revenants. And we aren't the only ones. He's done the same thing to Yakumo and the others too. He's waiting for everyone to wake up. I don't know much else though.
Only two of you woke up? Well, I guess it will have to do. It's time to put you to work.
Are you kidding me? Why would we ever listen to you again?
Because obedience is your only option. Unless you want me to dispose of your sleeping friends, that is.
You son of a...
Your task is simple. Defend me from the frenzied queen, laying down your very life should it prove necessary. I expect you to serve me diligently in this purpose.
Hang on. So I have a theory here.
I fought the lost and died again and again, just as Mito ordered. And each time, I felt something important slip away. The only thing I had to look forward to was the day when Yakumo would finally wake up.
So, obviously, there's this big crimson veil, which is the only thing.
Your efforts have provided me with a fine sample. The queen will fall, and humanity's next evolution will blossom. I expect nothing but continued success from you.
Anyways, so Big Vale showed up after we defeated the Queen, right? So I'm thinking what's actually happening here is that Mito is extremely evil. Now, there's a couple of more subtle signs in this. As a typical Souls-like, you have to really dig and put the pieces together to come up with this, but I do think there's enough evidence to posit
I've been waiting for
the concept that he is, in fact, extraordinarily evil.
Please, spin a thread of memory for me.
I could be wrong, though. God, I'm never gonna level this. I got a lot of things to level, too. Look at all this. Yeah, he's turbo evil. That's a good way to put that. Well, hang on. Let's go fight the next boss fight. And then we'll see if it's actually true. Like, I don't know. We'll see. I was just saying, place your bets. Is it going to be a gigantic, ugly beast or a sexy waifu? Or both. We've seen that both is an option. Ah, there you go. Sexy waifu. Still has the mask on and everything.
It's just like what happened with Nicola.
Emily!
I like the fire tails.
We have to? You're kidding, right? You were all alone, Emily. It must have been so hard. But not anymore. I'll bring your suffering to an end. Just hold on. A little while longer. Sorry, no harm in being prepared. Thanks, friend.
Damn it, it's facing the wrong way. Paying attention, Pajama Day. Always paying attention. It's matured. I did like that fight, though. See, I had a bunch of vassals and freed them from everything except military service. So they would always join every war I started.
Please, make it quick.
And then I'd conquer someone else, vassalize them.
I owe you big time for this.
And force them to provide military service. It was actually quite fun. Yeah, I noticed that, Trithon. Which is your new name, as we already discussed. It makes sense, too.
What are you doing there, child? Those pitiful creatures have fallen in their attempt to climb.
No, they're still asleep. That's all. They'll wake up before long.
I'm afraid we don't have the luxury to coddle late bloomers. However, their failure will fuel your success, for they will serve as offerings to your ascension.
Wait. Whatever you want to do, just do it to me.
Oh, an intriguing offer.
Keep your grubby fingers off them.
Well, you see, one of my favorite things to do is to eat puppies. Yes, yes. Can you name an example of one, Trihexia?
Don't worry, Yakumo. I'll keep everyone safe. I promise.
So, next time we meet, you can pay me back a bunch of your onigiri. Got that?
Take care, you guys.
Why is he so damn tall?
Yes, just as I thought. A tempered will has the power to resist the relic's corruption. Soon, humanity will rise to a higher plane of existence, knowing all, transcending all, and eventually consuming all. Just you wait, Gregorio. In the end, I will come for you.
Yeah, Mito is arguably more dangerous than Hojo. Remember, one of the key traits of Hojo is that he's actually a moron and has no idea what he's doing. I don't mean in the, low wisdom score. I don't mean in the he tempers and things he shouldn't touch thing that every scientist does. I mean, Hojo's an idiot. Hojo has a low int score. It's kind of a critical part of his character. Yeah, seriously, dude. Go.
Hey.
Yakumo? No way! It really is you, Yakumo! You're all better, too! That's so wonderful!
Sorry it took me so long to get here, but... well...
Don't worry. It was my decision, after all.
I was supposed to keep you all safe.
I'm sorry, Emily.
Come on, Yakumo. We like you because you're always pushing forward and not dwelling on the past. We all looked up to you growing up. So pull yourself together already.
Sorry.
What did I just say?
You're still as fierce as ever, aren't you?
I really am glad, though. I didn't think I would ever see you again. Thank you, Yakumo.
Yeah, I only have one complaint about her outfit. Her belly button.
I guess stomachs don't know any better.
Sheesh. Here, take this.
You're onigiri! I've been waiting for this.
It's just rice.
So good.
I like Mia's reaction there.
That was wonderful.
Are you sure you don't want more? You always wanted more.
I'm satisfied. Because, you know...
Hey, wait.
So, Yakumo... There's something I'd like you to do for me.
Yeah, I'll restore your memory.
Do you remember how you used to hold me when I was little? Could you...
Could you hurry up? She's literally petrifying her. Hurry the frack up and go hug her, you idiot! She's gonna not be able to feel it with how glacially slow you're going here. She's the one turning to stone, not you.
Is this all right?
Perfect. Thank you.
Emily.
Yakumo, you know... I've always... Yakumo, I've always...
Too slow. I know, right, Bear Bros? It's like, for God's sakes! Whap! Oh god, imagine if we didn't get to restore her. Oh. Yeah, I know. Why would we ever pick the evil option for Nicola or Emily here? Just, what? Okay, so yes, restore! Go! Go!
What?
Yeah, no, sorry, we're not doing that. Chop chop! Let's go! So, you're a cat person now. Ironically, Emily really likes dogs.
You're... Welcome back.
Good to be back. But I'm still in the same form as I was before.
The two of us are finally together again. That's all that matters to me. What were you going to say earlier?
You
were saying something.
So what were you going to say earlier?
Why would I?
I've always loved your onigiri. I can't get enough.
Oh, for God's sakes.
Oh, was that it? Well, you're in luck.
Negative story.
I'm happy to make as many as you like, as often as you want.
Good. I'll be waiting.
Jesus Christ, this world is depressing and horrible. Go be happy together. Go rip some tiny ounce of happiness out of this stupid, terrible planet. Yeah, we're gonna have to bring a rescue frigate at this point. Jesus.
Thank you, Emily. You got me in your pocket now. You're already carrying a lot on your shoulders. Let's carry it together, okay?
Look, I gotta be real. You've been carrying me a lot through this game, so...
Well, time to move. Come on.
Also, anyone else hot, or is that just me?
Going. Just you wait. I swear, I'll make that bastard pay for what he's done.
Oh, it's him, the evil one. And boy, I rarely mean that as literally as this time.
That was such a moving scene.
You're Mito?
In fact, I almost found myself laughing.
You, Mito.
Interesting. I don't see little Jack anywhere. Dealing with the successors was supposed to be his job.
Saves us a search anyway. Your ass, pal!
Okay.
Impressed? My guinea pigs have been gifted with the power of the relics. I must say, I'm grateful to the children, Yakumo. They were excellent test subjects.
Damn you!
Hi, Jack. Bye, Jack.
It's no good!
Jack, my boy, you're late. How can you be slacking off when you've got such an important job?
I'm here to take back all of the relics you stole.
Oh, and do what with them exactly? After all, your vessel is broken.
What are you talking about?
Oh my, you didn't notice? I gave your precious Eva a little present. You're under the impression that you allowed her to escape. That is incorrect. I allowed her to escape.
That's...
I installed a prototype in that lovely throat of hers.
But then, that means she was already...
Damn you!
I imagine that she'll frenzy before long, and a frenzied relic will be compelled to seek Gregorio. Do you suppose she's already wandering the snow-capped mountains?
Mito! I'll destroy you!
Do go and see to the successors, won't you? As for me, I must say farewell to a certain dotard.
Get back here, you coward! It can't be. Eva! I have to go find her.
Okay, so we could group... Oh, okay, he's gone. You know, there's such a thing as grouping up in a party, you jackass. Oh my god, these people. Why do I even bother? You know, Keith Silverstein is in a whole lot of games that I either haven't played or don't recognize him from. Like, the only thing I really know him as is as the modern voice of Dr. Wily. No, really. Mega Man 11? That's him. Anyways.
Even now, I can still feel my successors.
That's a real gem.
I have to keep searching for them.
Well, there's one of Eos's things. I guess she's turbo dead. Probably killed by Shido back there. Yeah, what we need to do, Golvike, is we need to engineer someone who could just jump and attack with a sword. So we can do some tests, you know? Feasibility tests. Really play with it.
Want to rest?
I don't remember, DJ2. I'll have to go back and check, which I can do pretty shortly here. We'll go ahead and try some of her stuff out, since she appears to be spell-focused. Flame Mage, and who knew a Fire Mage would be good in a Dark Souls game? Hang on really quick, where are we at with this? Oh my god, we still haven't mastered this. Master it! Alright, whatever. Put on the Cosmetic Souls. Yeah, some rando in the bar, Melkor. I know, right, Von Falkenstein? Who would have guessed? Huh.
My duty, the entire reason.
Good call, DJT.
Is to stand by my successes.
What? There's a quest here?
You aren't too hard to work with.
Yeah, you say that. Geez, even further down. I suppose we should get some music going since we don't have any right now. Oh yeah. Now we are perfectly dressed for the weather. Just like in the last dungeon.
Maybe you shouldn't look down. This is some serious mountaineering, huh? Bring it any time.
Oh hey.
Pretty sharp.
That means we're done mastering all this stuff. Yay. Pretty sure. Yep, okay.
Pick up something we can use?
Yeah, where is that person?
No harm in it. Attack!
Yeah, that don't help.
Feeling better?
I'll pay you back for this.
Thanks, Yakumo. Appreciate you. Let's make sure we're up to date on those while we're at it. Nope.
Can't go back. That makes our choice easy.
Yo! Bumping into you again here must be fate. I was just thinking about you. The path ahead is blocked by the Lost. I'm almost at my wit's end. This place is all different, too. The Lost are just the icing on the cake. If I knew it was gonna be like this, I doubt I would have come here looking for a place to live. Anyway, can you clear out that roadblock for me?
I mean, I could try. Kind of in a leveling build, not a kill things build right now. But sure, yeah, sure, we can make this happen. Yeah, let me put, oh wow, that requires vitality to use. Damn. Whatever.
Ah, appreciate it. Bring it anytime. You demonstrated your skills nicely.
So, cleared the roadblock. Oh, good lord. Do I have to go all the way back around? Oh my god. Anyways, Burboros says, do you think WAF is a good entry point to someone who's new to turn-based RPGs? No, not at all. I wouldn't even recommend that as like my 5th recommendation for that. No, 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 no. WAF's more of an interesting game than it is a good game. It does some stuff right, but it's also... it's its own animal, essentially.
Great job finding this path.
Finally get that thing.
Way up in these mountains.
You took care of the Lost for me? You're a real pal. Now I can finally get moving again. Huh? You're glad I didn't get lost again? Give me a break. The whole place is all rearranged, so what do you expect? When I was still human, it didn't snow here. There was a military facility. It's all turned upside down, just like the place I used to live.
Well, that one gave us a potion and some experience, for example. Yeah, ironically, Pokemon is not a bad entry if you want to try out turn-based RPG. The problem is, there's actually multiple types of turn-based RPGs, too. 3 broad categories of such. So, we actually played one very recently, Legend of Legaia. The way Legend of Legaia's system works is everyone on both sides selects their actions, then the actions resolve. Now, that's not what I would normally consider traditional turn-based. In fact, it's a system most people have drifted away from, most games have drifted away from, because it actually removes a lot of tactics from the decision-making, because you don't know who's going to go in what order and when, so there's a lot of gambling involved. Then there's turn-based, where there's, it's actually, I'm trying to think how to explain this. Let's just call it active turn-based. Let's just call it what it is, the ATB system. The ATB system is still a form of turn-based, it's just a, it looks like it's real-time, but it's not, if that makes any sense. We should probably check. So the way the ATB system works is you have a turn, and there's various factors that can affect this, the haste buff, the slow buff, your actual speed stat, but whatever it is, your turn builds up over time. Once your turn builds up and is full, then you can take an action. Each action you take has amount of, hey, there is a side quest here, an amount of cooldown associated with it. You can see this more in games like, say, FF4 than you can in games like FF6 because the specifics vary. Then you've got initiative order, which is pretty much your bread and butter when it comes to turn-based. Initiative order is D&D. Where is that? That was way up there.
You aren't too hard to work with.
Or Final Fantasy X, for example. Initiative order is exactly what it sounds like. You're next in initiative, you take your action. And you can see this person's next, and this person's next, and this person's next, and so forth and so on. To some extent or another, you know the initiative order, and therefore you know who's going to take actions when. Most initiative turn-based games also have something that allows you to change that, giving you additional actions, or maybe reducing the amount of time in your initiative so you can take more actions versus the enemy's actions, and so forth and so on. Hi?
The ability of the successor here is fascinating. I never dreamed the ribcage could create...
Oh yeah, by the way, the cathedral was made by the ribcage.
I want to harness this power for all revenants.
Think about that for a second.
That means I have to do more research into the ribcage. But are there any clues as to where the successor is?
So, if you want to start with an ATB system, I mean, the default answer is Final Fantasy IV on the PC. It is a fantastic game that is the seminal Final Fantasy, and a very good example of what you can expect from both a JRPG, an RPG, and an ATB system in general. Child of Light is a great game, and actually has a really cool ATB mechanic, which I will not bore you with right now. But I wouldn't recommend that as a first step into seeing if you like it. Because that's more like you know you'll like it, now you get to try it out, like, for real kind of a thing. Like, I never recommend someone start with the best, you know what I mean? That's pretty much never going to be my approach. And Child of Light is an excellent ATB system.
Oh, do you need something?
Yes, please.
You met with the researcher outside? She's been a nuisance lately, pacing around and complaining.
Oh.
Very well. In that case, take this with you. It has no special power, but it may provide clues, depending on who looks at it. That seems fair enough, doesn't it? I can understand what she wants, after all.
Agreed, Roxy. Also, I know that you're trying to be creepy and weird and freaky, but what am I looking at here? Like, just... And then the exposed ribs, and then the very carefully positioned tail. Just, oh my god, what drugs were you taking? Alright, so...
Yikes! Don't sneak up on me like that. You should really... Hold on. Where did you find this? With it, I might learn the effects on the Thorns of Judgment. They're the spikes that suddenly grew from the land during the Great Collapse. It's hard to believe, but the cathedral wasn't always here. It was nothing but thorns before. Which leads me to think the successors have enough power to alter the thorns in some way.
Interesting. That's a good point, though. We should refill our blood, because we did actually use it in the Fire City. Let's grab a save. Oh, we've done that. So... I would say just about any Dragon Quest game wouldn't be a bad place to start if you want to try the all-select turn-based system. But I would also say that there's a lot to pick from there, and it's hard to choose which ones. That's a little bit trickier. Just kind of put an asterisk there.
Hey, that's...
She's still just... Yep, she is. Okay, cool. I was actually leaning towards Dragon Quest V. But honestly, if I'm being completely honest, Dragon Quest IV might be the better pick for a first game. It's not as good as 5, but it's certainly a good example of the format, right? And it's not exactly a bad game either. That just leaves us with the traditional turn-based initiative order. There's a lot of games that do that, but honestly, Final Fantasy X is probably just going to be the go-to there. It's a really common, typical, yet well-constructed, turn-based initiative order combat system. There are quite a few of those, but it's easy to get a hold of FF10, and it is seminal. Okay, so we did Frozen Area. Whatever. Let's just roam around a bit, see if there's any other side quests we've missed. Something on the PS4. Well, there's FF10. There's 2 quests here. Mein Gott.
I want evidence that Silva's policy...
Oh, right. I never actually found his evidence. There's the other one. The game is pretty good so far, Star Wars. Happy 4th, by the way. Hold up, really?
You aren't too hard to work with.
Thanks, dude. No. Being that FF6 is my favorite FF, a statement which remains true even after review. By the way, Super Mario RPG is an initiative order game, to go back to the 3 types there. Would I prefer a remaster like for FF4 on the DS, or a remake like FF7R1? Remake. 10 times out of 10. I will take the plot ghosts if you give me FF6R.
I want evidence. So revenants were made to battle the horrors that mysteriously appeared during the Great Collapse. Using the dead like that, even to defend humanity from monsters, is a massive violation of ethics. They sent those who'd already tasted death out to die again and again, and if they fell, more were created. Is that not the epitome of inhumanity? Were the living not enough for them? Are the dead nothing more than thralls to the living? No! We still have human rights that must be respected. Project Queen failed, and revenants had to fight to clean up the mess. Many must have been driven mad by dying again and again, while others succumbed to thirst and joined the lost. Fighting fire with fire has only turned our world to ash. I think we're close to the heart of the problem. We have a lot of evidence, but we just need a bit more. This isn't much, but please take it. It didn't help my cause, but it should be useful to you.
Money. Sorry, 1 second. My grandmother just messaged me. Nothing special. She just wanted to say happy holidays. I'm gonna send her a picture. I'm sorry this is taking so long.
Wait, you spooked or something?
I'm just sending a picture to my grandma. God! So impatient. Sheesh! Thought I was bad. Does he have another quest? He looks like he has another quest.
I want evidence that Silva's policies are a mistake. If you find anything, please let me know. I want
Got it. Okay. Let me see, I'm a little bit biased because I use the dead all the time. Because, you know, Lich King. Is FF7R1 worth it? I think FF7R1 has several significant flaws to it. However, I do think the overall game is actually excellent. Not good, excellent. I think it's a big net positive. Now, that is just my opinion, but I have to give that proviso, because when it's bad, it's pretty bad.
The depths, huh?
Apparently there's a blood spring at the spot marked on this map. I don't know what's down there, and I can't drag everyone with me to look. Whoa! When did you show up?
Hi.
I'd like to tell you to mind your own damn business, but if you're really gonna scout it out for me, then this map is all yours. Just let me know what you find down there.
So FF7R1's combat is semi-unique. I wouldn't really compare it to anything else. It is definitely an ARPG, but it kind of does its own thing, you know what I mean? So, let's check here out. We didn't check here out. So, if I could get FF6R1, excuse me, FF6R, but I had to have the sphere grid, would I make that trade-off? Because as I think I've said several times, I'm not actually a big fan of the sphere grid. No, I would not take that that trade. I actually just answered that Trithon, literally just a few minutes ago. I would much prefer a full remake of FF6 than a remaster. We have a remaster of FF6, it's called the Pixel Remaster. And the GBA version. 2 quests here. Neither in the location I warped to, of course. No, it's okay. I think it's funny that I'm like da-da-da-da-da. And then like 2 minutes later, hey, lore! I personally... Okay, hold on. For general fun factor and good design, Kingdom Hearts 3 has the best combat. For
too hard to work with.
malleability in terms of getting to play with different combat styles, Birth by Sleep has the best combat. But if you get down to the nitty-gritty of really precise, refined, higher-end combat, like when you get to the levels of challenge running and speed running, Kingdom Hearts 2 has the best combat. So it kind of depends on what you're after.
Looks like we're in for a
we meet
rough
again.
time.
I found a great spot to train nearby. There's just one problem. The place is up ahead, but there's an awful loss there, so I can't start my training. There's no way I could take it out. I'm really sorry to ask for your help again, but would you mind?
Yeah, sure. Consequently, I have actually streamed Kingdom Hearts 3 Remind. FF6R with Gambit system? Okay. Sold! I love Gambit systems. We need to do more to the combat to actually make it, you know, support that, but I think we can make that happen.
Fall back. You have to take whatever you can use.
In a theoretical FF6R, would Gogo and Umaro and Mog remain optional characters? Let me just stop that right now. No. As we talked about when we were doing the review series of the FFs, the optional characters thing was a neat idea, but ultimately very flawed. Because any optional character, by definition, has to not be story relevant, or have a completely independent and isolated story a la Suikoden. I would much rather that Mog be a character in the story than be an optional little side character I can go pick up.
You defeated that Lost for me? Thank you. Now I can start training. You're really tough, though. I wonder if I'll ever be strong like you. Come to think of it, I heard rumors about a type of medicine that makes revenants stronger. Maybe it'll help if I get my hands on some of that.
Narrator. It does not. Holy crap. So you finally got someone who's not terrible like me, Terra?
Sorry. Moving out. Oh, missile. A little luck at last.
Hi, Kelson. I haven't seen your name in a while, so it is good to see from you. Hope you're doing okay. I know it doesn't help because anxiety doesn't work that way, but all I'm going to say is that, you know, don't freak out. You can be afraid. Don't freak out. You got this, one way or the other.
Damn it all. I can't find him. Where did he go? Hurry up and come out. It's dark. There are too many lost and I'm scared. This place is hell. If my wife knew I was out here, she'd be worried sick. But he's in the same boat as me. We've both got families waiting back at the shelter. I'll do whatever it takes to make it back home by the day the levy is due.
Okay. His wife is dead, of course.
How far does this place go, anyway?
So, Dr. Winter asks, why are these slime monsters attacking him? You know, that's a good question. I understand most of the creatures here. What's up with the slime monsters? Anyways. In a turn-based RPG, on a scale of 1 to 100, how important is it that you get direct control of your entire team, as opposed to only the PC? So let's assume 100 is most important, and 1 is least.
Looks like there's some high ground here.
I would probably put that somewhere around the 90 range. Now, I know what you're thinking, but Laura, you're big into Gambit systems, and I absolutely am. But let me be very clear. Gambit systems are having control over your character. It is total control of your character, because you are designing their AI. Also, in most games with Gambits, you can also turn them off and control them manually, which you have to do in certain scenarios when it's, you know, really tight. So, yeah, no. Extremely important to me. Maybe like a 95 on that scale. So your wife's dead.
Wait. Is that Tag? Damn it. If we don't bring Bloodbeads back, it's all over. If we don't pay the levy, our families will get kicked out of the shelter. We can't let that happen. Damn it all. I'll do it on my own if I have to. My wife won't have to cry anymore. I swear I'll bring Bloodbeads back to the shelter.
But...
It's way too dangerous outside the shelter. I've gotten too used to a life of safety inside. My wife and I met during the war against the Queen. I died so many times I thought I'd go crazy. But she was there to support me. I can't let someone that precious to me be thrown into danger. The levy is painful, but the shelter is the only hope we've got.
So I know a place. The drugs are cheap and the girls are pretty. Let's see here. Aww. Now, do I consider that a total deal breaker? No. Not much is a total deal breaker for me. But, do I think it sucks? Yes. Yeah, Persona is Shin Megami Tensei, but actually good. Do you hear that? I think I hear thousands of people thundering at my door to come kill me. What is that? Seriously, what is this? Is it up? It's gotta be up. Which, sure.
Threat spotted. Appreciate it. Bring it anytime.
I will say this. Okay, so obviously I'm joking, but I will say this. The Personas are more my thing than the SMTs. I think I've only played 3 SMTs at this point in my career, and 3 Personas. I don't know why I said 1.
You have to take whatever you can use.
So if I had a choice between playing any of those SMTs or any of those Personas again, I'd take the Personas.
Hey, that's...
For the record, I've played Persona 3, 4, and 5, as well as SMT Nocturne. I don't remember which one, and 4.
Whew. Glad to see this.
That's over here. Which one was that? Oh, it doesn't matter.
You seem pretty energetic. Just don't pass out later, okay?
Yeah, I've actually played Persona 5 twice. Someday I may play it a third time.
I want evidence that Silva's policies are a mistake. If you find anything, please let me know. I see. You found what I wanted. Thanks. This will help push things forward. Silva's rule favors only a handful. Every other revenant is forced to live in fear of thirst and the lost. No, even the favored revenants who live in safety are exploited and need to pay levies. It's a system set up to give Silva exclusive control over all the blood beads. We have to escape it somehow. If we don't have to pay levies, we revenants can unite and live together without fear of thirst.
You aren't too hard to work with.
Only a handful are saved, while the masses still live in hardship. Shelters are a fine example. Very few benefit from them. And yet he insists on wasting precious military resources on it. Is there no end to his foolishness?
So, prior to doing this guy's side quest, I was 100% convinced that... Oh, hello. Where is that? That Silva was like a bag. In fact, I think I flat out said he was going to be an Act 1 villain. You remember that? And that he was, you know, a feudal lord, warlord kind of situation. And having heard this crazy crackpot, I'm now convinced that that is not true. And whatever he's doing with the blood is actually required. For some reason we do not actually know yet. Don't spoil for me. But I'm probably right. This guy again?
I want to know about that part of the depths.
Oh, okay. Whatever. So... I know Tara can't join me because she hates me because I'm the worst co-op player in the history of the world. But... Wait, why am I going to Snow Boss? Okay. I was going to do the depths thing first. I was going to see if we could do depths co-op. It really isn't. I said it during the run. Nobody understood. Everyone kept yelling at me and calling me stupid, and I'm like, no, you don't understand. The problem is I'm hearing this song hours and hours and hours and hours and hours on end, to the point where it was drilling into my brain. It's a perfectly good song when it's not being forced upon me.
The Successor's crypt here has a similar pattern to the one in the dried-up trenches. If the crypt's pattern matches, does that mean the Successor's ability is also the same? I'd like to do more research on the potential for cloning as a method of fighting the horrors. But I haven't found any trace of the Successor here.
So, did you like Persona 5 Ventures? If the answer is yes, then yeah, I think Persona 5 Royal is worth a playthrough. I really do. It adds a decent amount of stuff. It's basically an expansion. And, of course, there's some refinements and changes to the gameplay going throughout. Most of which are for the better, I'd say.
You really came all the way here to visit me? There's a woman outside lately who looks around here while talking to herself. I wonder if she's hunting for treasure. I'd rather people not come around, but that's it. Maybe if I give her this, she'll be satisfied and go away. She'd probably freak out if she saw me moving. So could you give it to her for me?
And yeah, I think you're right, Shaitan.
It's you again? Did you find any traces of the cloning ability? The Successor's crypt here has similar readings to the one in the trenches. The Successor there used their ability to create a clone, like some kind of guardian. There's a similar pattern here, so my theory is that this Successor also has the power to make clones.
Cool. So now let's go to Foya. To see how Emily's doing. Really minor irritation. It is an irritation, though. I wish the teleport menu didn't default to the first option every time you load it. Like, in my opinion, it should default to where you currently are. Instead of defaulting to all the way back to the home base. You always have to go through the whole thing every time. So there is a quest here, but not up here. Interesting. It was not there earlier. Yeah, there's like no cursor memory in this game. It's a little frustrating. A little frustrating. So Berberos says, what about waiting for Shadow in FF6?
Let's head on down.
Would I make waiting for Shadow optional or mandatory? That's actually a tough question. So there's two ways to answer that. Method number one, we have infinite time and money. Method number two, we don't. If we actually have a substantial amount of time and money, then yeah, I would keep it optional. Because what I would do is I would substantially change how things go based on whether you rescue them or not.
Time to head on up.
As opposed to being a relatively minor change, which changes a grand total of 3 scenes in the entire game, not counting the dream sequences, I would make it a big deal, right? And, essentially a whole different quest line depending on whether you do it or not. If we don't have infinite time and money to do all that extra content, yeah, I just make saving it mandatory.
Well, here's a puzzle.
You aren't too hard to work with.
How do I get past this point? Oh, hello again. You know, the laboratory that I ran away from is this way. I'm so nervous about getting spotted that I haven't been able to take a step forward. It's pathetic. I want to investigate the Successor traces past here, but how will I investigate the
Hang on, lady. Let me go do your homework for you. Let me make you a school lunch. Anyways, Luco says, what is a good way to take notes for reviews and essays? So, the best advice I could give you is to figure out the pattern of your brain. Yeah, who's this guy who keeps helping me? It sets my heart aflutter. If you need to have things on note cards, organized by category, maybe you want things to... Maybe you want things to be in a certain order. Maybe you want to talk about it in the flow of which you're going to actually recite the review or the essay or whatever. I don't know any other options off the top of my head. Like, it depends on how you think, and I don't know how you think. What I usually do is I usually do broad strokes, and then I zoom in a little bit more. So, like, let's say I want to take a note on something behind the scenes. That goes up here. Anything that is a theory goes in the margin. Anything that's gameplay-wise goes here, and anything that's story-wise goes here. Theories connect wherever they connect, and then when I go through the rumination, I start with behind the scenes, then gameplay, then I give the spoiler warning, then I do story. When I actually physically take the note, what I usually write down is something like, say, Mido necessity. And that's all I'll write down, because that's all I need to. Because I will know what that means, because at that point, that note is just there to be a prompt. If I need to write down a fact or a figure, then I write that right next to it. Mido necessity 1875 to make something up. And then occasionally I write down the wrong thing because the source that I had was wrong, and then 100% of the comments talk about it.
Yakumo, you came to visit! I wish there was some way to thank you.
Well, you know.
I know. How about I give you this? I think it'll be alright if you take this outside. I'd be happy if it helps you out somehow.
It is a very normal thing, yes. So, I don't mean to comment on this, but why are her tails not on fire anymore? They used to be on fire. They're not on fire anymore. Also, she has 2 hips. I hate to draw attention to her posterior, but seriously, look at that for a second. She actually has 2 hips there. I saw it during the cutscene earlier, and I thought I was looking at it wrong, but no. No. Yeah, we need to have the next evolution in humankind. We will all have 2 hips in the new era. But no, I have an extremely organized mind, Luco, and I don't mean this as a brag. I'm the weirdo here. So. Not that I'm aware of, Triaxia. Although occasionally I'll deliberately buy a game a second time to support it. Usually on either Switch plus Steam, or GOG plus Switch, or GOG plus Steam, or whatever.
Thank you so much. I really didn't want Mito to find me.
You're welcome.
Yes, it was. I couldn't stand his methods anymore, so I left. He is looking for a way to control the Lost, and successors who are in a state of frenzy. To do that, he artificially creates Lost and forces relics into them, regardless of their compatibility. It's been nothing but failure, and I had to watch as he discarded mutated subjects day after day.
That sounds horrible. See ya. Alright, so where is that other thing? It's east of... What the hell is east of here? So we'll just find out in a second. It looks like it's in that in-between zone, which I can't remember the name of. Yes, this is truly a nightmare realm. The scientists have ethics. Well, at least they've heard of the concept. Ashen Cavern, that's the place.
You pick up something we can use?
And... I'm not learning, pretty much. I haven't even started learning. Oh, I actually have learned that. What about over here? I have. I can switch off fighter. Ooh.
Making sure your gear is good.
Yeah, a little bit.
You aren't too hard to work with.
Thanks.
There you are. Listen, I found the documents that should pierce to the very heart of the problem. They are being held by one of Cerberus's top revenants. They have to be very important. I'll get straight to the problem. The owner has joined the Lost and won't let them go.
Willingly?
I have to see what's in those documents. Would you be willing to retrieve them?
Yeah, sure.
Here, this is a map that leads to the depths he wanders. I entrust it to you.
Thanks, I think. It's 2 depths I gotta go down into now. Well, I guess that's it for now.
After I gave her the blood beads, I thought things were getting better. But She suddenly got worse.
Alright, there's probably plot happening back here.
I think she's still suffering on her own. Please, take care of her.
Don't worry. I'm dressed for success. Wonder if I'll ever find a better weapon than the impulse anchor. Probably not, honestly. I really like the impulse anchor. But I should probably try other stuff before I commit to that, because I only have the one thing to push to +7. So I can hold off on that for now.
We've received a report that someone destroyed the barrier on the path leading from the provisional government to the mountains. One witness says there was a woman in the vicinity. It could. Well, that's all I can say. I'll leave the rest to you guys.
Thanks.
I'll lead the way. Just tell me where we're going.
Yeah.
Don't be overeager. Come back immediately if you sense danger. Understood?
So, can I invite here? I can. So if anyone wants to join me, we're going to do these 2 depths. You don't have to. I just thought I'd try.
Here's hoping we find something interesting. The Lost are here.
Yeah, they are.
Bring it anytime!
Interesting. Well, right now we're trying to learn this one and this one.
Yeah,
Although,
that was a fight.
I just realized maybe I shouldn't be. So, it literally just clicked with me, the leveling problem that someone actually explained to me earlier, but I only now understand what they were saying. We can get experience wherever, and we can get souls wherever. We can only get mastery in certain areas until we cap out a certain area. I'm not sure if that's related to our level, or if it's related to, like, just in general, like Dragon Quest VII. But either way, that sucks, so I might have to start being really picky about what I'm learning right now, instead of just going down the list, which is what I was going to do.
You aren't too hard to work with.
So, let's do a quick test. Let's see if we're getting any mastery here at all. How do you use items to mastery? Yeah, that looks like there was literally no mastery for that whatsoever. Look at that. 0. So, we're just gonna go to, you know, an actual DPS build, which is ready to go, which is Berserker. Start trying out our Burned Warhammer. Here's some beatific music, very appropriate. So this is actually a fire area. Hang on, let's go up to the fire playlist. Which I have, because of course I do. I'll just put it on random. This, check it out. I've got a burning engine now. Oh, it's Eitri. I must kill Eitri. It's, wait, hang on. We gotta critique the fashion. I could get my mace out of the way. There we go. Okay. So, hold up. Oh my god, Yakumo, you're terrible. Alright, there we go. Perfect. Okay, so, I've got a decent overcoat. The shirt underneath is striped, vertical stripes, which makes it a -10 to appearance automatically. We do have 1 functional belt, so that's good, and then 3 cosmetic belts. I'm not sure what they are there for. The hair is perfect in every way, and the heart is perfect in every way. I think that's about it. 10 out of 10. Also staring at that gigantic weapon, which looks like a weapon straight out of Devil May Cry 5. Let's do it.
This is a real thing, much obliged. Holding up on
They didn't even start playing the music. It's actually kind of funny.
You're a godsend.
Hey, it's just it. Oh, everyone, he's done. He's done. It's cool.
Something we can
It's cool.
use.
Yeah, twin two-handers. Not much, you know. Not much else to add to that.
Here's a fight that looks interesting. That's a real gem.
Oh god, I just realized we have like at least half a dozen vestiges to go through. Oh no. Okay. Alright. You know what that means? It's Mega Man time.
What's that? I always look forward to this.
Yeah, I was actually worried. That's one of the reasons I wanted to test out the Depths co-op. Because I was wondering if it would kick them out immediately after killing any of one of the 4 mini-bosses, or what. I mean, this is my quote-unquote main build, Kelson. If I really need to kill something, this is generally what I'm going to pull out. That being said, I am making an effort to try everything out. It's just right now I can't level stuff, so there's no real reason to try and switch around yet. Because I'm not getting any mastery in here. I may have to go to the menu and use those MJT etc. to really start filling that out a bit. Next actual dungeon I'll start trying to master too. Looks like the moveset is identical, which I suppose makes sense. We're still doing this. I'm wrong. That is actually a different moveset.
Oh.
Quick, what game is this song from? Close, Kelson. It was Mega Man X7. So, right franchise. Wrong sub-franchise. Wrong game, but right franchise.
Hold on. I'm on my way.
Yeah, where are they coming? There they are. There they are. This is Mega Man 10. Very good. I'm impressed with that one. I like this a little bit better than the other one. Its moveset is a little bit more mobile.
How's this? I got it. Okay, that's one fight down. Got something we can use?
Okay, Solar Man. Mega Man 10 just has such good music. 10 and 9 both. For all the complaints I have about 9 as a game, because 9 sucks, God, its soundtrack was so good.
Appreciate it.
We're gonna give you a giant flaming sword. Very important. Very important. The worst game I've had that I've played that had the best soundtrack. Honestly, so okay, I know the actual answer to that, but the first game that comes to my mind immediately is Sonic 06. I have played Sonic 06, so I can say that. And Sonic 06 is garbage. It is a terrible, terrible, terrible game that is arduous and boring and wastes your time. It also has a banger soundtrack. However, that's not the truth, because there is a game I've actually reviewed, which means I can codify my opinion on it, which is the worst game I've ever reviewed, which has a fantastic soundtrack. If you don't know the worst game I've ever reviewed, then I'm doing something wrong.
Much obliged.
You can literally go to the site and just sort by golden number. But I know that not every you like to actually go to the website, so I'll save you the trip. Website plug. The answer is Mega Man X7, which is the worst game I've ever reviewed, and honestly may never be surpassed in that. I say without hyperbole or memeing that I think Ride to Hell Retribution will not review as badly as Mega Man X7 did.
Sorry. Moving out.
Mega Man X7 has a fantastic soundtrack. Oh, we were listening to one of the songs earlier.
That one sure is.
That's new.
Let's do bring it anytime.
I much prefer this thing's moveset. My goodness, look at that. Straightforward, straightforward, straightforward. Much easier to aim. What are you doing here? Are you dead? Not dead? There you go. I'm confused there. Is that it? We're done? There it goes. Yeah, exactly. Hey, there's something in front of me. No! There isn't! I am level 82. God, yeah, no, I think I might switch my main to this for a bit. Let's see what other big two-handers we got here. We'll try out the axe at some point. Yeah, see, that feels more like what the Mace's, the earlier Mace's swing set was like.
We're safe for now.
Well, first of all, thank you for joining me, Ichiro. Second of all, if you want to join me for the next one, you are also more than welcome to. Because we got one more to do, which I don't know if I have unlocked yet. I do not. Gotta head back to town first. Eighth area. Alright, so where are we at this point in terms of areas? Like, I guess we're defining major areas, so that'd probably be one. That's a connector, that's 2, I guess. And then that would be 3. That'd be 4? That can't be right. Whatever. We'll figure it out. Down we go.
I feel like the organization Gregoria, but the law fighting my...
Yeah, okay.
This is all we've got for available routes. Don't be overeager. Come back and...
Alright, so what kind of place will we get here? I've got all kinds of playlists. What do you got for me? Looks like a Bleak Cave of Death. I like Bleak Caves of Death. Let's do a classic, shall we?
Okay, let's get this task done.
Also, I already don't like this axe. Let's see. Oh, that's a very different swing set. Ooh. Way too low for me. I don't think I like that already. What else we got?
Making sure your gear's good.
That... Yeah, okay. Ooh, ooh. That... Wow. This is like the inverse of what I was expecting from this weapon. I should probably grab this. It's by request, Glorious Barbarian. I had to show off my Glorious Barbarian pecs. That's a lie. My character has no pecs. He's a skinny boy. Look at him! He's a dinky little thing. If he was an anime, I'm pretty sure he couldn't lift a twig.
Bring it anytime.
Interesting swing. Great reach on this thing. Crazy good reach. So the previous song was actually from Final Fantasy IV. But if anybody can actually guess where this song is from, I will actually put money towards a game of your choice.
You can use.
I'm going to shut up so you can hear it for a second. I'll give you to the end of the song. You got 3 minutes.
It's a big help.
Like I said, no one's gonna get this one. If it makes you feel any better, I'd have to look up how old this song is. Getting some surprisingly good guesses. Nobody correct, unfortunately, but good guesses. But I don't think anybody's gonna get it. Anybody want to make a last guess? If you guess the franchise, I'll go ahead and put like $1 towards something of your choice.
You pick up something we can use?
Ys is actually a really good guess. I do have some Ys music. As in literally, like, the old Ys back on the SNES. I don't even remember which number off the top of my head.
Oh, that's a nice thing to have around.
I really like this mace. I like the other mace a bit better, but I do like this mace quite a bit.
What is that? Let's open it up and
Uh-oh.
see, shall we?
That's gonna be a real thing.
Bring it any time.
Well, song's over. And that's okay. I didn't think anyone was gonna get it. The correct answer is RPG Maker, the original.
Let's keep it up. You're a godsend.
Yeah, nobody's ever heard that music. That's why I felt confident saying nobody was gonna get that one. The only hint you might have had was that was very clearly a MIDI file. And that doesn't narrow it down that much.
I guess that worked out.
I don't know if the modern RPG makers come with music, but the original did. Did we missed something. Or I missed something, rather. Oh, right, I wanted to circle back, that's why, so we need to go this way now. Maybe? Yep, there it is.
That's a big help.
This music doesn't work. Nobody will get this one. Actually, I bet Ross will not get this one. Yep, I now have my burning mace. Never mind, I'm trying to beat you to crap.
Anytime. You have to take whatever you can use.
It is Lufia, that is correct. But there are several Lufia games. And they all sound very distinct from each other. Completely different sound fonts. And I believe every single one of them was composed by a different composer. And it is not Lufia 2. It's not Lufia 1. Was not. Now that was Lufia 2R, the DS remake. You know, is it sad that even though these are much simpler than the Bloodborne things that I can't remember the name of right now, I prefer these so much more?
Appreciate it.
I don't mind doing these. Chalice Dungeons, that's what they were. Yeah. Like, Chalice Dungeons could have been good, but then they made them terrible. there's the construction record.
You're in the groove. That's a big help. Blow us out. I appreciate it.
And a vestige. Nice. It's very nice. Oh, that's a... that doesn't work.
You aren't too hard to work with.
Sure, that'll do. This song sounds very appropriate for this area. That's true, Sonic Doctor, and you're probably right. Whatever comes out after Elden Ring will probably continue the evolution.
Oh, that's... I think we can put that to good use. I hope there are no enemies hiding around.
It's actually on the 3DS specifically. Where's the... It is a Kirby game, that is correct. Ah, here we go. I mean, that's fair, Kelson. We are kind of curb stomping this place. But no, this is 3D Robobot. Okay, sorry, the next FromSoft game, as opposed to the next game that FromSoft is making.
It's a big help.
Not bad.
Let's do it! I knew you had talent.
I think we got it.
You have to take whatever you can use.
Yeah, Armored Core is one of those franchises I've always been hopeful and curious about, but never really gotten into. In fact, I'm pretty sure I've never actually played an Armored Core.
The decision is yours.
I mean, we all know mechs are cool, right? Mechs are cool. But they don't work for physics. Yeah, but they're cool. Would you rather have cool or physics?
Huh? That one should have swagger. Ah, appreciate it.
Oh, it's a gilded. I gotta pay attention. I do like multi-legged bots, or mechs, excuse me. Always have. Wait, you're not a Millionaire DJT? You're even watching my channel then. This is the Millionaires Only Club. Okay, I'm trying to make fun, but did you know there were magazines like that for years? I think there still are, actually. I disagree with that, my goodness. God damn. Sorry, I was really low on health when you went down.
Stay focused. Much obliged.
Good job. It takes a really long time to heal. Like, just a crazy long time. Like, check this out. That's almost 4 solid seconds of being animation locked. Well, that's not true. But being locked out of, like, not healing, it takes forever, is the point here. Anyways, thank you again for joining me, Eitri. And Shrekking things. but also just for fun. And now we have some stuff to turn in.
We can rest here for a while.
Yeah, honestly, I tend to agree, Roxy. I've noticed several times that... You may or may not have noticed there have been several boss fights where I've just sat at 1 or like 50 HP because it's actually better to do so than to waste the time and have that huge vulnerability window. So I want to go... Let's do this one first because I know exactly where it is. So Bear Bras asked a valid question. Do you think a story should be allowed to be strange, confusing, or look badly written for the sake of a big twist, assuming the twist is good? Obviously, the answer is yes. Now, that being said, how would I review such a thing is a more interesting question to me. Because it would depend entirely on the specific execution. Or, put simply, that would be really easy to screw up. Even if you had a cool idea, even if you had a cool twist, even if the twist landed, you have to not screw me over. You can't take too long for the reveal. You can't make the reveal unsatisfying. You can't make me too irritated or frustrated until I get to that point. And there has to be something that makes me interested in continuing going, regardless of the weird confusion factor. So it would depend very much on the specifics of the implementation.
You went into the depths for me?
Yeah.
Wow. Thank you. So, what was it like in there? Not a picnic, huh? Crap. I can't build a shelter without a safe location. Just my luck. It's back to scouting for a spot again, huh?
Sorry, buddy.
I've known all the folks with me for a long time. When I got tossed out of the shelter, they were fool enough to come with me. They lost their home because of me. That's why I gotta find them a safe place to live, no matter what.
So, Tales of the Abyss is a game I've played. In fact, I've done a room on it. And I remember it weirdly well. I'm not sure why. But what I want to say about Tales of the Abyss, even though I haven't reviewed it, is I would most likely give Tales of the Abyss a negative for the intro part. I get that it makes sense. I get that they're building up to a point. I even know the point they're building up to. It's even a good point. But the first part of the game is so bad. And that's why I say it's down to that specific implementation. They botched that. I actually know people who refused to play Tales of the Abyss because of that intro. Who just put it down and said, no, I'm done. This is stupid. And, yeah. I feel like that says all it really needs to. Now, in the interest of fairness, it does get better. But that's still negative territory. What was the other one? Oh, it was here, wasn't it? Here. I think it was there. I just realized Bear Bros asked another question I never answered out loud. Can you think of another instance in a video game with multiple endings where the good ending is not as good as the normal or bad ending? And I feel like there's another example there, and I can't remember what it was. Obviously, Mass Effect 3 is the obvious answer. Arguably most of the Dark Souls games, but that's kind of interpretation. Shin Megami Tensei 4 definitely qualifies. No spoilers.
The purpose of a shelter? Collection and redistribution of blood beads to civilians. And protection of humans. True, security and government are needed to ensure the survival of people who cannot live on their own. I can see that they are not exploiting people entirely, but I cannot forgive the favoritism on display. Criticism is only the first step. I will gather the undefended revenants to create a community watch. Once we have an organization to defend the weak, then our revolution can begin.
Okay. So I believe that's all our side quests. So let's actually go ahead and progress now. Actually, let me test something real quick. We'll go here. Gotta do a little cleanup first.
No harm in being prepared.
Chthon. Have a good one. Okay, so we are getting a small, very small amount of experience here. Which means I think we've actually out-leveled this place too.
That is so well lit.
And that's kind of what I was wondering. So we need to not level for a while.
Bring it any time.
Oh, wow. Huh, okay. See you around, Kelson. Have a good one.
No harm in being prepared.
Thanks to everyone's hard work.
So, Jack and Eva were killing successors near Frenzy and switching out their relics. That does stop the successors from frenzying, and it is a kind of mercy to save them from joining the Lost. However, it seems that what you did for Nicola and Aurora restored their minds. I think your method may be a better way of helping the successors.
Really?
The fighting will get more
Why would you think that, sir?
I've got a whole new line of stock in, thanks to my Herculean efforts. But seriously, if you want it, I got it.
You do not.
Got something to sell?
Really?
Watch yourself out there.
Thanks to you, I was able to meet an old friend. Thanks. But I went and promised to make onigiri for her. Now I have to clean this mess up so I can do it right.
If I have played Zilly, I have no memory of it. I played one I barely remember for Rumination. Tales of the Abyss, which I barely remember. Symphonia, barely remember. And Vesperia, which I actually reviewed and didn't care for that much.
It must be so awful, but I never realized. Let's find Eva quickly. I won't let Mito get away with doing whatever he wants.
Sure, but
I've really got to.
let's do a whole bunch of completely
As an attendant of the
irritating
Knights,
side stuff
I
first.
stay near my successor. I am not sure if that mission is the correct one. But if I am with you, I feel I will find some answer. There may be memories of other attendants. I would ask that you find them for me.
Okay. Yeah, Vesperia was one of the first games we reviewed that actually had, like, this is a made-up number, it was like plus 10 to gameplay, minus 10 to gameplay. It kept doing things right and wrong, and so it kind of averaged out a whole lot by the end. Really? I'm still missing a Hermes. And an Atlas. Huh. But I have a billion other ones. Oh my gosh. Okay, so.
Damn that thieving bitch! Where did she go?
Language.
Blood beads. She couldn't have gotten far. Keep searching!
Should we really be doing this? What else can we do? It's the only way we can get any blood beads. Okay, let's get out of here while we can.
If the Tales of games weren't so damn long, I'd love to do a playthrough, because a lot of them are available in modern systems without much issue.
This is the last of the blood beads we worked so hard for. All of the blood springs around here have run dry. I couldn't get so much as a single bead from them. I'll need to do something soon.
I'm really sorry to make you do all the scary stuff, Mia. I wish I could help you fight.
Come on, Nicola. Stop worrying about things like that, alright? As long as you're safe, I'm happy to take care of everything else.
Who are you two?
Please, I know it's a lot to ask, but could you spare some blood beads? We don't have much time left.
I can see that loss is starting to set in. You really think you can fight in that condition?
Well, I won't know unless I try, right?
Come with me. I know a place where there are blood beads.
And that place is hell!
Most of the blood springs were already dry by the time I became a revenant. Blood beads were difficult to come by, even in the best of circumstances. It was all we could do to survive. That was when we met Carmilla. We soon saw it wasn't us she was helping. She squeezed everything she could from us. In this world, you can never trust a stranger. That's what she taught me.
I wasn't even going to comment on the fact that there's a vampire lady named Carmilla.
You have returned.
This is my home. I'm the only one who lives here now, so make yourselves comfortable.
Thank you.
You can call me Carmilla. Oh, and just remember, you're going to be working for me from now on. With that in mind, you're skilled at separating others from their blood beads, correct?
You helped us even though you knew?
I helped you because it was practical for me. So long as I have you two around, I won't need to risk my own neck. Why else did you think I would bother taking you in?
Have you always lived alone, Carmilla?
The past really doesn't matter, does it? You've got bigger things to worry about, like the laundry.
I'm sorry. I'm doing it.
Did everyone run away from you for being so selfish?
Being nice doesn't do you any favors. When it comes down to it, everyone looks out for number one. You would do well to remember that.
We're in trouble. The Lost are swarming out there. Huh? Where's Carmilla?
I saw her leave a little while ago. She must have caught wind of them and took off.
We need to run, Nicola. Get the blood beads from storage. But those belong to Carmilla.
You remember what she said. Being nice doesn't do you any favors. Now hurry up, Nicola.
And then she died. Yeah, I've been kind of ignoring chat for a few minutes here for obvious reasons, Era. All these years, I'm still trying to call you Tessie. I'm not doing it on purpose, I swear, it's just
And that
brain.
was how it all began. From that moment onward, we lived our lives completely on our own, without any help from others. There was a part of me that wanted to trust Carmilla. She was cold and standoffish, but that didn't mean she was a bad person. I thought maybe she was just awkward with people. But I was wrong. In this world, you can only rely on your own strength. No one out there is going to save you. I learned that lesson all too well. That's why meeting you guys was such a big shock for me. You were willing to reach out to me, a complete stranger, like it was no big deal. Spending time with all of you made me realize something. It's true that being nice might not do you any favors in the end. But that's what you need to do if you want to live a fulfilling life. But when I think of it, the reason that we lived the way we did before we met you was because of everything that happened back then with Carmilla. But you know, after she took off, I never did see her again. I wonder what ended up happening to her.
You have returned.
Yeah, the random stuff, Zamzid. The stuff that just plays, hey, you looted an item. You gotta use everything you can find, right? Whew, that battle was pretty rough. It's not quite procedural. Instead, it's more like just the random, the generic stuff. The stuff that's not tied to a specific area or a specific incident, or a specific event. No bet, Golvag. But we're out of those. We are missing tons of vestiges. In fact, I feel like I need to go back, because I'm almost positive that I have just straight up missed Hermes C, Atlas C, and that's it. Yeah, you can turn it off. I don't mind it as much. It's just, I've given it a positive and a negative because it's some good banter when it's manual and it's some bad banter when it's not. So I just leave it on for the good parts, right? I guess Survivor requires Artemis. That's interesting. And that requires D, which I do not have. And 3, which I also don't have. I was say I should probably specifically look for these because I'm obviously missing some of these. But let's do the ones we have first. Let's do Survivor.
My life, everything that I had or held dear, all vanished instantly in the Great Collapse.
That's why it's called an apocalypse.
I wandered aimlessly for days, searching for my family. With so much else occupying my mind, it took a long time for me to discover that I was no longer human.
Instead, I had become one with the... Why is she just laying out rugs all over the place? God, I hate that.
Where are we?
This is our new home. There must be a reason for why we've returned as revenants. We've all lost everything. But now we can build new lives and live for everyone who didn't make it.
Yeah, you're right. Sitting here and rotting away won't change anything. Let's do it.
Let's kill everything.
I had finally found a reason to live in this terrible new world. Or so I thought. One after another, my friends fell, joining the ranks of the lost and leaving me once again with nothing. After that, I didn't venture out anymore. And once our stock of blood beads was finally diminished, I thought it was as good a time as any for my story to come to an end.
Daily mandated suicide.
Until the moment I arrived in this place and met those 2 kids.
Okay, so, Myron, I haven't seen you in forever. What's up, dude? You want to hear something funny? Just a few days ago, I was looking at some old VOD to try and track something, and I saw you in chat, and I was like, man, I haven't seen them in forever. A lot of people have bowed out. Because, you know, life, that's how that works. So it was just kind of a weird feeling, you know. I never know if they're okay, if they're alive.
I have no idea what Carmilla went through. I figured she was like that because she was a revenant. I didn't even consider her own experiences, or how they may have shaped her. Maybe we could have come to understand each other, if we'd had the chance. Yeah. I would like to try to find her. I mean, assuming that she's still alive, that is. There may be more of her memories out there. If you happen to come across any, I'd appreciate it if you'd show them to me. I really do want to know more about Carmilla.
I mean, we all know not reigniting the flame is the correct choice in all 3 Dark Souls games. So...
You have returned.
Well, I'm glad you got, a new job. Sorry, I was just making sure I phrased that correctly there.
Wow, Carmilla. It's certainly been a while.
Squid is the best ending for
Gone
Bloodborne.
off and joined the Lost.
I thought the same of you. I guess we're both resilient.
And I already picked the best ending for best
find a
ending for Elden Ring.
You look livelier than usual.
Don't be ridiculous. I'm just babysitting for a while. Enough chit-chat. Hand over the goods.
Fine, fine. Here you are. That's everything. And I don't take refunds, all right?
Because World War II is more Hollywood than World War I.
That Coco. So that's what that no refunds business was about. She gave me a lot more than our original deal. That girl's getting too soft for her own good. Thanks.
Yeah, as we talked about earlier, Golvag mentioned this too. The way you can tell this setting is less depressing than Dark Souls is you can permanently die in this setting. I mean, she's a trader, Golvag, a merchant, excuse me. Of course she knows everybody. If she's doing her job properly.
Carmilla. Her tongue was sharp, but she was nice deep down. I haven't seen her since then. I hope she's still out there being her same old resilient self. Well, I guess none of my memories are floating around out there, huh? I had a son. I was hoping you'd find memories related to him. Well, anyway, it was a long time ago, and the story's really not all that interesting. But if you do find something, please let me know.
See you around, Jesse Ward. Feel better.
You have returned.
It's an order. Wait, she likes chocolate? I think I have some chocolate.
Mia and Nicola. When those two crossed my path, I finally understood the reason why I had been reborn. It was destiny that brought us together. I would guide those two young souls into the future. It was my mission. I believed that. There was something about them that reminded me of my own children, the ones I'd lost in the Great Collapse. I took all of the blood beads Mia had gathered and placed them in storage. I figured those two might need them in case of an emergency. To survive in this world, you have to be able to live using your own strength. That's why I have to be cold, to teach them not to rely on others, to be able to do everything themselves. I wish I could talk to them more, tell them more, but never mind. It isn't important.
I'm sure.
If I can help them grow stronger, then
I'm sure at some point in the future, some random PC vampire will come along, pull my memories out of a crystal and share it with them. Then they'll know the truth.
There's no need to worry, you two. I won't allow the lost to get one step closer to you. Once I'd planned to give myself to them willingly. Now, I'm just grateful for the opportunity to trade my life for yours. Thank you both, Mia, Nicola, for giving me one last chance to live like a human being. The time we spent together was short, but I enjoyed it. Take care.
I can't. Carmilla didn't leave us behind. She sacrificed herself so that we could get away.
Surprise.
Yet I thought nothing but awful things about her. I swore forever that I'd be the one in control of my life. Yeah, I plan to stick around. I want to have a chance to pass along the same kindness that she showed me. I want to work together to open a door into a better world than the one we're in. I want to be even stronger. Thank you. Without you, something very important to me might have stayed lost in the past forever. Really, thank you.
Yeah, the game's pretty overt. I honestly don't think it's going to score that well on the story axis. But it's still going to be a net positive, don't mistake me.
You have returned. We travel.
Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, so hang on. Let's play a little catch-up before we advance the plot. We're almost out of stream time today anyways. Where is this one? Hermes... Hang on. Hermes... Part C. Blah, 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 blah.
Was I of any assistance?
No.
I feel like the lost... I'll lead the way. Just tell me where we're going. Don't let the Lost make a meal out of you.
I like Capaldi as a character, and he's done some really good moments. But I have to admit, I didn't care for that particular run that much overall. I am ooh.
Greetings. I have a lovely selection today. Hey, did you drag those materials up out of the depths? They're quite valuable. Thank you kindly. I don't know if it's a proper thanks, but I'll have a wider selection of valuables for you next time. Greetings. Whenever I touch materials from the old world, I can sense the power of past civilizations. The Great Collapse changed the course of the world. But the spirit of that old world still stands strong all around us today. We'll take back the world one day. I believe that. Greetings. If you have any materials from the old world, whenever I great, but this will take.
Okay. Who's that Yahoo?
I'll do my best to help out.
Not you. Oh my god, where's the music? Music! Yeah, where's City? Oh no, I actually have Ruins. We'll do Ruins.
Nothing is more important than preparedness.
I don't know what that is.
Yo! You pop up just about everywhere, huh?
It's kind of my thing.
I mean, I'm not lost or anything, but one of those things around the corner has me in a bit of a pinch. I thought I had the perfect spot, but then trouble came swaggering in. I can't go back to my brothers until that problem is taken care of.
Looks like we're out of the cave. We can certainly use this.
Thanks a million. You really are a lifesaver. Yeah, this looks good. It's got enough space for all my little brothers. Great. I'll stay here and keep an eye on the place for a bit. I need to make sure it's gonna be alright for them to live here. Big Brother's work is never done.
You have no idea. So that was 6. What do I want to do? Put that over here. Just get rid of that entirely. Replace it with... move something else up here. What are we on right now? Oh, Prometheus. We're leveling something as Prometheus? Yes, we are. Okay. I actually like Matt Smith quite a bit, but you know what I really dislike? I'm not gonna spoil, but his last, Saving Christmas. Hey, Ryman. You know the one? Just... that whole story, in my opinion, was very badly constructed. And I know Doctor Who is always silly, but I do think there is such a thing as too silly. Even for Doctor Who. Hey, there we go. Prey, Prey, Prey. Prey was okay. I thought it could have been better.
Lost had me surrounded back there. I managed to get away, but...
oh, jeez. Was not actually ready for that. Myron, I do hope to see you more in the future. It's good to know you're alright. Or perhaps more accurately, it's good to know you're doing better. Lord knows that good is getting a lot more relative these days.
Sorry to cause you trouble again.
Ah, you're fine.
I guess the medicine I was carrying attracted the Lost for some reason. It's supposed to enhance a Revenant's strength, but I've got no business using it. I think you might make better use of this, so take it as a token of my gratitude.
Cool.
Good timing. I think you'll find whenever I touch great.
So, slight irritation. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm trying to get a specific quest, which gives me a specific item, so I can go to specific depths, so I can go to specific vestige I'm looking for. The last one, I'm pretty sure, DJT. The refill one. Let's put it that way.
Greetings. You know, I actually got some new info on the depths recently.
Hey, that might be it.
It might lead us to the materials I've been looking for all these years. I'd go and check for myself right away, but the stuff is in the hands of some especially mean Lost. I think you'd be up to the task, though, so would you mind looking into it?
I like that speech, too. It's a good speech, but that whole episode has just kind of made me go...
I'll be with you.
Anyways, anyone want to join me for one last depth before we chop off for the night? You don't have to. Ironically, that's actually a really good episode, Tara.
I feel like I'll lead the way. Just tell me where we're going.
This is going to be a low-level one, looks like, considering its position.
It's unexplored territory from here on.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Ironically, Blink didn't bother me. But I'm probably just a weirdo on that one. Are we leveling something with Prometheus? I feel like, yes, we are. We're not going to get anything. I honestly think every modern doctor that I've seen was a good doctor. So, we got a decent crop overall.
Cannot see far in this place.
I was about to say, you notice how I phrased that. I haven't seen I believe she's the latest one. I've also never really seen Peter Capaldi. Like, I've never sat down and watched Doctor Who in his run. I've only seen snippets. Good snippets, good scenes, but that's all I've seen.
Hey, Nate. It's good to see you back in one piece.
There's the vestige.
Out on the hunt for the thief. Good luck.
I didn't care for Clara that much. I must have missed something. The actress was fine. Let me start off by saying that. But I feel like they didn't succeed at what they were going for, or I'm misinterpreting what they were going for. And either way, I didn't care for the final result that much.
Something good?
You have to be in the... Really? Everywhere else you can just join. Wow. The date, Golbek. It's always going to be the date. It's a common procedure we use. Unless we're really worried about trolls, in which case we just put something up on Discord. Oh, by the way, I noticed what those rolling balls were. I just kind of consciously chose to ignore that. I don't want to know who built those things. I really don't want to know why. No, Tara, I did not. Nothing has changed. Well, if you look close up, you'll notice the balls are made of a whole bunch of those gas masks and faces. And nothing else. Yeah, nothing good there. Nothing good. I think Rose was better used when she was used infrequently than as a regular companion. My opinion. Although now that I think about it, I'm not sure I've ever really been into most of the companions in the Doctor Who series. Like, even the Doctor Who things where I've seen the whole series of, I can't think of the companions for half of them. Like, who were Troughton's companions? I don't remember.
We can certainly use this.
Excuse me. I did like Donna. Probably the only companion I remember immediately. Yes, the in-game music's actually on, it's just there's nothing playing, because there is none. It only plays during combat, or certain cutscenes. If you're hearing Breath of the Wild, that's why. See? I'm not sure what I think of Amelia Pond. I happen to know several people who are absolutely head over heels with Amelia Pond because she's a redhead.
I have no choice. Did I play my part well?
But anyway, she's one of those actresses that I want to say is a good actress. But I'm not actually sure if she is or not. I don't mean that as a dig, I mean that as a genuine statement.
Shall we try opening it? I made good use of this. But all you
Oh, jeez, Water Lady again. Yeah, we died to her a couple of times. The first one, obviously, not the one we just obliterated. She's in Jumanji. Does that count, DJT? It's all over Ross. They have the better prices. So I should make fun. As long as it's not a Vaughn's, you're probably fine. Or a Safeway.
We can breathe easy for a while.
Yeah, I'm a weirdo. I like going to new grocery stores. Try them out, see what their selection is. Even the same chains tend to have, you know, different stock, different selection, different particulars.
You have returned.
Yep.
Hey, Naomi. It's good to see you back in one piece. How'd the hunt for the thief go? Have any luck?
Huh? Oh, yeah. It was fine. I mean, we didn't run into any problems, at least. Davis? During the investigation...
Sorry, what were you saying?
Nothing.
Nothing. It's fine. I have something I need to take care of, so I'll see you around.
Good night, Pajama Day. Yeah, we're cutting off pretty soon. I'm just going to do these cutscenes and chop it.
What happened between you and Naomi? Seems like she's been avoiding you lately.
Well, you know.
It's okay, I get it. Just because she became a Revenant doesn't mean she forgot her human feelings, huh? Well, no matter what it is, she's a good friend. Work things out with her, okay?
Yeah, I'll be sure to talk to her.
Narrator. He never talked to her. Yeah, go get some sleep. Sleep. I have to do some sorting anyways.
As it turns out, I never got a chance to talk to her. No, it's not possible. The thing is, Naomi isn't with us anymore. We were conducting one of our surveys down in the depths when we were attacked by the Lost. Everyone ended up scattered. After days and days of searching, we finally found sets of dog tags that belonged to Naomi and our other missing companions. We still aren't sure whether they joined the Lost or were turned to ash. We die and revive, each time losing some of what made us who we were. Maybe we're doomed to lose everything, bit by bit. Maybe that's what it is to live as a Revenant. Still, I owe you a great debt for what you've done for me. Both for Jessica's name and for Naomi's memory. Yeah, that one time was more than enough for me. I don't want to lose anyone else because of my sentimentality. Thank you, though. I owe you.
I am legitimately shocked I have not been hearing fireworks here. I've been hearing fireworks all weekend. Nothing today.
You have returned.
So we're going to need Scout D. Don't worry, I'm not going to do this on camera. Well, I mean, I'm not going to do this right now, actually. It's a better way to phrase that. I'm going to need Scout D. Atlas C. That's in the depths.
Was I of any assistance?
I mean, exactly, Nevermore. I am weirded out there haven't been any fireworks yet. I'm going to poke at this really quick. That person needs to be Just popped right in the jaw, I think, Crow. Okay, let's see here. How did I miss this? This is way back. It's kind of what I figured. It felt like I was, you know, I had passed these by and I'd missed them.
Endless darkness. We must stay wary. Let's make it another good day. Enemy spotted. Be careful.
Yeah, I'm sure glad we're undead vampires, so this whole
He's lost
area would really bother me.
That's a lot of them.
Had a map. It's just like the east part of the first area of the Howling Pit, and it's like, okay. It's not as clear as you think it is, game. By game, I mean walkthrough. Apparently, I am very boozy today, which is funny because I don't actually drink. In fact, I don't think I have ever in my life had elderberry wine. Has anyone ever had elderberry wine? I've had plum. I've had plum wine. That was okay. It's tolerable.
This place.
Yeah, this area, I mean, have you ever smelled stagnant water? Because I have. Ugh. It's got a very unique stench. It's like, it's not what you would expect. It's not just completely rotten. Like, it doesn't smell like sewage. It smells like stagnant water. Anyways, thank you, Yada.
Finished it.
Very much appreciate those bits. Thank you. Very much appreciate. If you want to put that towards something, do please let me know. And I will do so. Where the hell is this? Kakarot, I think, was your thing. If I am not mistaken. Awesome. Thank you again. I'm pulling up a map at this point because screw it. Give me a map. Give me a map. Where?
Mist and rubble. This place was made to confuse us.
Yes, yes, it was. As is evidenced by the fact that I haven't found this stupid thing.
They're sinking.
Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me.
This isn't the best place to fight.
Well, we're fighting. Okay. Must never be played. There's actually a big conspiracy against playing Kakarot. That's what it is. Alright, so...
It's hard to keep my balance.
I mean, you are wearing a handkerchief. Good night, Dr. Winter.
you find something good?
I don't know what good. Yeah, she's wearing no shoes. She has some wraps from her bandages on her left foot, but she otherwise is shoeless. That's what I thought. That is another depth we are missing. Jeez Louise. Where is this? Where? Oh, I think we're not there yet. Okay. Okay, cool. So we actually can't get that one yet. That sucks. But that's okay. We got the other one, so... Woo. Okay, now I'm going to chop off. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Or this. I'll see you.